And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalize.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my god.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Well, hello and welcome everyone to Starbase, or at least virtually to Starbase. You're looking at live views of the launch complex, the new launch complex at Starbase, SpaceX's launch site for Starship. And it's test day for the world's biggest methane-powered rocket. We're expecting static fires, first for Booster 19, which is hanging out on the launch mount, as you can see. And then maybe after that also Ship 39, which is out there at Massey's, this test site at Starbase. My name is Marty. I'm your host for today. And I'm joined in the studio first by producer Jay Keegan, who is pulling the strings, pushing the levers and all that kind of stuff. Then also in the studio, I'm joined by Ryan Weber. Ryan, how are you doing today?
I am rested and ready for testing today. Ready for Booster 19 testing. It's as of right now, based off of, I think Discord just had a hiccup there. Basically, we're based off of the last round of testing that Booster 19 did and what they've done so far. We're basically expecting a static fire today. Don't know how many engines, don't know how long, but everything's cleared out. SpaceX even has a man lift sitting up in the expansion area with, I presume, to be sensors and cameras staring down into the trench. So that kind of right there. I don't know why else they would have it there other than for a static fire. It's not that close for anyone wondering. It's like 300 plus meters away or something like that. So it's a decent ways away from the trench. But we're kind of gearing up for a static fire today of this booster. And maybe, as Marty said, a static fire of 39 later on in the day. But as of right now, Massey's is still open and there are still crews working at Massey's at the moment. So we're waiting on that.
Sounds great. Certainly exciting stuff coming up. And also joining me on commentary is Max Evans. Max, how are you doing?
I am excited, a little bit nervous, just honestly waiting to see what is going to happen today. Waiting to see, obviously with the 10 engine static fire test they had last month, it was very abrupt, and we're hoping that we get a bit more than that today. So we will have to wait and see what happens. So fingers crossed we see some good fire today, not bad fire, and for some very loud noises.
Sounds good. So for everyone tuning into the stream, don't forget to tag at NSF in chat or at NASASpaceflight in chat for your questions. We'll bring them up and get you all the answers. And with all that out of the way, I believe we're looking at a T0 in just over 1.5 hours from now, or at least expected T0 from what we've seen so far. Ryan, could you maybe run us down of what we expect to happen in these 1.5 hours?
Yeah, basically we're here. Stand by 1 second here.
Sure. Or Max, do you know what's coming up?
Well, we were waiting to see what tank farm activity was going to kick up before we went live, and the methane recondensers was what we were really waiting for, and that was the big sign. Ryan can talk about that more in detail, but those are the two taller tanks on the left hand side of your screen, and when we began to see venting and the pipes running up and around it begin to get frosty, that's when we knew we were certainly in business for prop load here, hopefully soon, to get testing underway for Booster 19 today. So that's what we were waiting for. The lock side of the farm was going for quite a while. It was kind of worrying to see it going for a long time without the methane side going. But once we saw the methane side going, that gave us a pretty good indicator of what the projected T0 might be. And I think, as Ryan said earlier, that would be that'll be around 12:41 or 12:42 local time there in South Texas, which is in Central Daylight Time. So a bit of ways left to go now, maybe about an hour and a half until that T0. But there's a lot that has to happen between then and now. But as we can see for now, I think, is that a drone there behind the clouds? You see that? I think that was a drone behind the vapor. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm seeing.
I wasn't looking. I didn't really see it.
It's very small.
It now?
It's very small. I think it was a drone. Maybe I'm seeing things. I don't know. But yeah, I think. But the fact that the tank farm is certainly well and alive now is certainly news trending in the right direction.
It certainly is. And we've been staring at our screens for a few hours now, trying to look for these signs that they were spooling up activity, and we're finally seeing that. So
yes,
yeah, that's definitely a good sign. Speaking about looking at our screens, Daniel Webster here is asking, do Max and Ryan ever get to sleep?
No.
No.
The answer to that question is no. I'm still going from the Starlink stream this morning, and I didn't sleep last night at all before that. 'Cause I tried. It wasn't for the lack of trying. I really, really did try. I promise. But essentially, I am basically at the mercy of the launch schedule, and as demanding as Artemis 1 was, both pre-launch, launch, and the 24/10 stream that we were doing afterwards, and just keeping up with the news, that was very demanding. Then we also had some stuff coming up just afterwards. Obviously, we have New Glenn coming up. So yeah, it's a whole bunch coming up. But I am essentially at the mercy of the launch and event schedule. And this was supposed to happen, so we thought earlier than it was now. So we were kind of hoping for that, but alas, that is just how things go sometimes, and we are here for the ride, good or bad.
Let's hope it's.
I did get some sleep. I actually did.
Some sleep. Actually
right after the stream yesterday, when I told everyone I was really tired, I ended up crashing for like 10 hours and even slept a little bit more after that. So I did get sleep, but hopefully Max will get a nice long rest here after this one. And sorry about that. Literally, maintenance just knocked out of my door right as we started the stream. It was like worst timing possible.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, right. So I had to step away real quick, but I'm back here. So, yep.
Well, I'm glad to hear that at least some of us got some sleep and are awake. So that should make for a good stream. So Ryan, I just before maintenance knocked on your door, I asked you like what's coming up. And Sheldon2244 here is asking, are we expecting a 13 or 33 engines static fire for this run? What do you think?
So our T0 at this point is going to be around 12:42, 12:45, give or take, unless there's any holds in their chill down or before they decide to prop load. That's kind of what we're looking at. So about an hour and a half or more from now. With that, we don't really know how many engines they're going to do. They might do 13. They might do 33. They may do little bit. They may do a couple of engines for a longer duration. We don't really know until they say static fires. If they do 33, I'm pretty sure we'll know it's 33 with how powerful it's going to be. And of course, then we'll have to get confirmation from SpaceX when they finally post something about it once they actually do complete a static fire, because usually they post something right after they do one. And I bet they'll want to brag about it, show us some awesome footage and pictures. So yeah, we'll have to wait to hear from SpaceX what it is and wait to see how powerful it actually is once they do it.
Though, I think to add on to that, if I may, I would not be surprised if they just went for the full 33 engine test today. And I say that because back when they were doing the 10 engine campaign last month, SpaceX confirmed that they went for all 10 on the first try. And I shouldn't say we. I wasn't certainly in the club that thought that would happen. I thought that it would be a lot more incremental, and that maybe they would fire an engine on each ring first, like at 3 at a time, one on the inner, middle, and outer. But no, they went right for all 10, and they said that they got good ignition on all 10, even though the burn was about a little over a second in duration. I would not be surprised if they're that happy with the performance of both the spin prime and the igniter test that they performed yesterday. Well, I should say the igniter test was yesterday and the spin prime was 2 days ago. If they're really that happy with the results from both tests, I would not be surprised if they tried for all 33 this time. So that's where I'm at.
Sounds good. Yeah. I pretty much agree with that, just looking at the previous test we saw, the previous static fire. So it would make sense that they go test a full complement of engines. Now they have a booster out there with a full complement of engines. But 33 engines is a lot. And of course, the last time we saw a super heavy booster light all of its engines, it was on a completely different path, completely different architecture, and now there's a flame trench and all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to pronounce this name. Wojcik is asking how large do you think the plume will be with the full 33 engines, especially considering the new Launchpad architecture. What do we think it will look like?
Yes.
So take
Yes.
Take basically, so for anyone who's seen footage of Saturn V, and I don't mean out the flat part of the trench, I mean out the west side of the trench, basically, so opposite of the tower itself and the vehicle. And then if you go back to shuttle with the RS-25s on the split diverter that it had, because one side was the SRBs, one side was the RS-25s, is the way they had it split because of they weren't in line like they are with SLS. You could see a decent plume that kind of shot up and out. You're basically going to get that times like 10 or 20 or more. You're getting 15 Raptor engines aside, give or take. Basically, there's kind of like the split's a little bit weird. I think one side has maybe one more engine than the other. But they basically split it up to try to make it as accurate as possible. I think one side has one more center engine. But either way, you're getting about like 14 engines one side, 16 engines on the other, and they're going to be... No, that's not 33. Anyways, wow, I even had sleep and my brain doesn't work. Either way, you're splitting the engines about halfway between either side of the trench. And those are Raptor engines. And even at half power, you're looking at, what, 125 to 150 metric tons of thrust? If they're running at half power, they could run it at max power. They can. Because the funny thing is even all these engines at max power with a full LOX load and the new clamp system, I don't have a doubt that it could hold it down for 10 seconds. They probably won't, but, you know.
You know what, Ryan? I had a thought, and the thought is that I figured the exhaust would look more similar to Proton with its bidirectional flame diverter. But also, remember how with Pad 1, after maybe 2 or 3 seconds, we would see the steam move away or no more steam being produced from the upside down shower head, and it was all just fire coming or being dispersed in between the legs of the orbital launch mount. I wonder after a couple of seconds, it's going to just be the two streaks of fire coming out of the trench on either side. Which
it might be.
I hope that's kind of the case, because that would look absolutely insane.
It might be. It might still have some steam left in it, but in
Yeah.
that environment, it's all going to get instantly vaporized.
Yep.
The whole point of the deluge for this type of deluge is to have basically your water pressure is high enough to counteract the exhaust pressure off your engines, so that in theory the exhaust never actually makes direct contact with the deflector itself, to reduce the ablation and everything like that comes from incredibly fast, corrosive, high temperature rocket exhaust. Now, again, I don't really know how it's going to look, but it could be that you'll get that big real puff of steam that comes out, and then you're just going to have two large flames coming out the sides right at the end of it. That could definitely be what it looks like, and there wouldn't be as much dust because it's just the trench itself. It's not like it's kicking up everything around it like the open-ended six-legged monstrosity piece of scrap that was Pad A. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I said it.
Tell me how you really feel, Ryan. Jeez.
I call it my nickname for it is Pad Scrap. So,
I mean, that is it literally has been scrapped. So,
Regardless of what you think about it, Ryan, I think it looked pretty cool. But I'm not saying that the new Launchpad doesn't look good, but there was something about the old one.
oh,
that
this
I
new one
really
looks.
liked.
This new one looks so much better. It is,
and it's way better built too in every way possible.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah. It looks amazing, to be honest. But I just like the looks of the old one. Something about the symmetry that I quite enjoyed.
It was kind of iconic with those super tall legs and the orbital launch mount ring. I mean, that was what the renders showed for years and years and years, right? And that's just what we became used to. This new launch mount is almost too refined for what we become used to, but that is what they need to do to advance the Starship program into its operational phase. And then, of course, that is what version 3 is aiming to do. So this is a very important test. I talk about this in the upcoming Starship update coming out today, is that this static fire is as much of a test for the ground systems, the flame trench, the launch mount, and the deluge as it is for the Raptors and Booster 19 itself. Like it's an equally important test for both systems, because of course we haven't seen both interact with each other before as they would for launch. We saw that. I mean, of course, we saw that 10 engine test, but again, that was only 10 engines of 33. And that was just over a 1 second ignition. Like it was on off. Like that was it. And it was aborted early due to a ground side issue. So yeah, this is a big deal. This is a test that we have been thinking about for a long time. And I think we are all eagerly waiting to see how it actually looks finally after so long. I think years at this point.
Absolutely. We're looking at some views of the tank farm now, and I actually got a question about that, because SpaceX Cowboy says both the vertical tanks piping is frosty, and they thought it was either the one or the other. I'm not sure about how this is supposed to look, but Ryan, I think you might know that.
Basically, those are methane reclaim tanks. So as SpaceX is chilling down the methane side, they recirculate the methane and gas and everything. They bring it back. So there's fill drain lines, there's gas lines, and they can bring it back. And what they do is heated up liquid methane or gas. They'll pipe it back into those tanks. Now they do swap. Sometimes one will get more frosty, or sometimes they'll both get frosty at the same time, but then they'll go. And that's them filling the tank, basically. So they fill the tank, and then what methane is in there gets recondensed to either reuse for chill down on the other, anywhere, as they keep chilling down the tank farm, because they have to bring all the piping, all the valves, everything down to the correct temperature. And then once it's all at the correct temperature, then they can actually put the really, really sub-chilled propellant in and sub-chill it, and then, prop load, basically. So you don't want to shock cool this. Shock cooling all this piping is not great. That's not only does it could damage the piping, but it can also cause you to vaporize you heat up your actual cryo liquids, which means you get more gas in there, which means increases the pressure inside the pipes, and you don't really want to do all that. You want to keep everything as cold as possible to where you want it, because that's less losses overall as well. So you don't lose as much to boil off and whatnot. So it's easier, so you can fill quicker, and it's more efficient that way. But those are the reclaim tanks. They basically swap between the one to the other. When one gets full, they swap to the other one, and then that one will recondense all the methane that's inside it, and then it'll empty out, and then they'll swap back to the other one while the other one recondenses it, and they just kind of swap back and forth is basically what they do. And then sometimes, while one's being filled, the other one maybe has some more extra room in it, so they fill it a little bit more, and then they shut that off again and go back to the other one. So that's kind of what they do. It's like a 50-minute cycle or something along those lines between the two, or something like that. But that's the layman terms what they do it. There's a lot more complicated stuff when it comes to cryogenic fuels that I don't even really understand, but,
It's a very complicated and elaborate system, but it all needs to work, and it all needs to work very well for this entire thing to work and to launch eventually.
That was funny. They just greatly increased the pressure under the methane reclaim vent, and it just knocked a bunch of the ice that was on it off of it. That's kind of funny.
That looked quite funny indeed. Yeah. We can also see that they're venting out a lot of stuff, and G. Willikers here is asking, what are they venting, and is it a waste?
So a lot of what they're venting is nitrogen. Is basically what most of it is. Some of it's a little bit oxygen, and that would have to come off that would basically be the chill down for the actual LOX lines, and the chill down for the pumps and some of the other stuff. So some of it's oxygen, but most of it's basically nitrogen or liquid nitrogen. It's getting vented off. But basically by the time it hits atmosphere, it's a gas, not a liquid. But that's what you're seeing mostly vent. Now, when you see the methane tank vent on the booster, they are venting methane straight into the atmosphere. There's two different drain lines off the service structure. One of them is LOX, the other one's methane, and they're basically venting. They're venting LOX straight out, and they're basically venting liquid methane straight off. Now, some people are asking, how can they do that? Well, per test, per the programmable environmental assessment, they can vent off 7 tons of methane per test. They have that allotment, and per year, it's like half a stack or a full stack worth of methane they can vent off per year. Which, for those who don't know, they have 1,000 metric tons of methane on a stack. So even at half stack, that they can vent off 500 tons of methane a year. That's a lot. And I doubt they'd ever really hit that, at least not at their current cadence. And honestly, that much methane isn't really that much into the atmosphere per se compared to other sources of greenhouse gases like CO2 and everything like that. And in retrospect, it's really not that much.
Makes sense. Let's pull up some more questions here. Earlier, we were talking about the man lift that is staying near the launch site.
Yeah.
And Team 48 Loads is asking, what do we name the lift? I know we've suggested some names before.
I was just gonna freaking say that.
Got it.
Dang it.
I mean, we just name it after it's the spiritual successor to Danger Van, because it's not right at the trench exit because it's a couple hundred meters away from it, but it's looking into the trench exit. So we name it Danger
everything.
Yeah.
Danger everything.
Danger lift. Yeah. Quite fitting, I think. And we've expected that.
I say I call it a quad pod. I'll say it. It's a
Quad
quad pod because it's got 4 wheels. So it's got 4 points of contact with the ground, and it's a lift up there with sensors and probably cameras. So quad pod danger lift. There you go. That's the name for it. I'm coining it.
Wow.
Anyone got a
Full
problem with
name
that?
now. Yeah.
A quad pod? That sounds. I don't know if I agree with your interpretation there, but we can move on.
Then what would you name it then, other than just danger
A
lift?
boom lift.
A boom lift. Oh well, we don't want booms though.
We do want booms. We want controlled booms.
I mean, it's a JLG.
Don't. I know what you're gonna say. Don't say it. I know what you're gonna say. We talked about it before we went live. Don't you dare.
Okay. Speaking about this lift, we've suspected that they may have outfitted it with a couple cameras or something. So, what do we think they've actually installed on it?
Cameras, maybe. I honestly don't know. I mean, if it's in line with the flame trench, depending on how long the fire is, it's only going to see white plumes coming toward it. So I don't know. I genuinely don't. Maybe they just left it there.
Can you
but
imagine like a thermal flare on it?
Oh my god! Oh,
That would be cool.
Like a thermal
okay.
FLIR camera, maybe a slow motion camera, maybe some like pressure sensors or wind sensors to detect the wind speed of the exhaust plume. Because remember, SpaceX can do all this. You can do all the simulations in the world, but they have never like truly fired engines. I mean, they had their like 1.4 second fire. But, like, they've never done any duration fire into this trench system, and they're building this everywhere. They're going to want to know how that interacts with the atmosphere around it, like, in real life. Like, you can do all the simulations in the world, but actually getting that data to understand how it'll affect 39A, how it'll affect the stuff for near Pad 1, how it'll affect 37, because the one thing about Pad 1 is it's a decent ways away from the trench exit, but the ASU is like lined up with the trench exit, but it is on the other side of Highway 4. So they want to know how that's going to affect that, because one of the things they've added to the ASU is more bracing. Probably because you see those braces that are attached to the large cooling tower. That's probably because of where it's located. At least partially.
For those new here, the ASU is the structure that's kind of in between Super Heavy and the yellow crane, I think.
Yeah,
and
the 11K.
ASU means air separation unit, so it's essentially a liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen production plant for SpaceX. So they don't have to truck all that stuff in.
They'll still have to truck some stuff in if they want to keep up a launch cadence. They have to do that. ASU can do like 900 tons. It should be able to do like 900 tons of LOX a day. So, give or take. So it would take a couple of days, take 3 to 4 days to get enough for a single stack. But yeah.
Just for turnaround times, it might be good to bring some in then. And that's a camera on the ASU, I believe.
Yeah. It'll be a while before it's operational, but yeah, they're making progress.
Yeah. They've been working on it for a while too, so. And just as the tank farm comes back onto the screen again, Jay Cracker here is asking, why does it take so long to get the tank farm ready for prop load?
Well, as I was talking about earlier, they got to chill it down. So when the tank farm is not in use at all, when it's dead and they're not flowing anything through it, all your lines, your vaporizers, your supply lines, your subcoolers, your pumps, valves, everything is at the temperature it is outside. And of course it can heat up too with the sun, especially down in South Texas. For those of you who've probably been down there and know it's hot. I know Max has been down there. So what you need to do is you have to chill that stuff down to the temperature that you want to do it. So you start it by slowly flowing liquid propellants through. So whether that be liquid methane or liquid oxygen, And then to chill the subcoolers down, they flow liquid nitrogen through them to chill those down to the correct temperatures. And then when they're ready to start chilling down the lines that come from the subcoolers to the pad, they start flowing methane and liquid oxygen through those as they go. And over time, they slowly chill down all the lines. They can also do it with pre-pressed gases as well. So like really cold methane or oxygen gas or even nitrogen gas they can use to chill down the lines and stuff. Once it's all chilled down to the correct temperatures and everything, that's when they basically switch everything on. So all the pumps will turn on, and they'll really open all the valves, and they'll start flowing liquid methane and liquid oxygen through the little tubes that go through the subcoolers to sub-chill that propellant down to then push it through the lines and get it to the vehicle. And you can't do that until everything's chilled down to the proper temperatures because, again, I said before, when you're flowing fluids at high velocities, it creates friction, which can create heat. And the colder everything is and everything, the less heat that's going to create, less problems you're going to have. And you're not going to shock cool or accidentally boil off stuff that you don't want to boil off. And then that means the propellant entering the vehicle is the correct temperature you want it to enter in, because the Raptor engines like to use a propellant at the correct temperature. They were designed for sub-chilled propellants, so you want that to be at that temperature. If it gets any higher, that's kind of one of the reasons why Falcon 9 has an instantaneous. Once they start fueling, if for some reason they have to abort, they're aborted. They would have to restart and redo their entire countdown. They have to detank and retank. And it's why Starship only has a small window in there, because there's such a massive propellant in there. It can keep the temperature for a while, but eventually the temperature rises higher than you want it to be, and then you have to redo the whole thing again. So it all has to do with keeping temperatures at, in the correct range for your propellants.
It's a very, very complicated dance to get it all just right and spot on. Okay. We've been live for a while now, and some support has been rolling in, and we're very grateful to that, of course. So I'll just quickly go through some of the support. First of all, Gun Hunting, thank you very much for your super chat. Patrick Bob gifted 50 Red Team memberships. That is very, very generous, and thank you so much for that. If you got a membership gifted, please thank Patrick in the chat. Then Wilbo Baggins says, containing excitement, not. I think I agree with that. Telstar also gives a Red Team membership. Grisu says beep, and I say beep to that. Josh says, is that DAS in the manlift with a new camera angle? I hope for that it's not.
That sounds so on brand, though.
It does sound very on brand, and we do go through to extreme lengths to get some good camera angles out there. So maybe someday. And Telstar says, who needs sleep when you have a good supply of coffee, bacon, and bagels? I guess I have to agree to that. Thomas thinks that there is for sure a camera strapped to that lift. I wouldn't know what else they would put there. And Negative Ascent Specialist, thank you for your contribution to the Coffee Fund. John Cockis says, long live Pad 1. And I was just talking about Pad 1, so and saying how much I like it, so I will agree to that. In the meantime, I'm hearing some noise in my ear, and the back channel is talking about that too. So that's some pad noise apparently. Is there anything special with that?
Not really. It might be booster venting out, and it's just tank farm noises at this point. Prop load is going to be around. We're probably around 35 minutes away from prop load. Based off the timings, it should be around, what is it, about 12:10 We probably start seeing frost around 12:15 maybe, give or take. Maybe, but the subcoolers will probably engage somewhere around the 12 to 12:10 mark, somewhere in there, and then you start to see frost about 5 to 10 minutes after those engage, because they have to start subchilling the propellant. Then all that subchilling propellant has to go all the way from the tank farm into the cryo trench. The cryo trench then goes around under the under the water deluge farm, through the isolation and purging area, and then comes around into the service structure. So it has a little bit of ways to travel before it can actually get to the service structure and then get up into the booster. So it takes a little bit after like prop load starts, which is when the subcoolers fully engage.
All right. And earlier, before we went live, we discussed that there has been a very long gap between flights, and perhaps approaching one of the longest gaps between Starship flights, full stack Starship flights we've seen so far. And there's actually a very generous super chat from Kirit, I think. It's hard to pronounce these some of these YouTube names. Who says, why do we think SpaceX is being so cautious with Block 3 compared to Block 2? Why are they taking so long? Max, do you want to take that?
Well, because version 3 has to work. I mean, they cannot afford to have a start to life like version 2 did, considering how much is riding on version 3's development. With version 2, that was that was very similar to version 1 in that it was strictly an experiment. It was all only going to be prototypes. Whereas version 3 is aiming to be the first commercially viable and operational variant of Starship, not just for payloads like Starship version 3 satellites and other commercial partners, but also critically, if not most critically, for their human landing system lander, or HLS for short, which is under contract from NASA. So version 3 has to work, and it's been honestly pretty pleasant, although kind of impatient, to see them taking a more methodical approach to making sure that both ship and booster are built properly the first time, because again, it needs to work. They cannot afford to have a ship go haywire after stage step, or the booster have an issue on the way up with one or more Raptors or something of the sort. That is just not something SpaceX can afford to do in terms of progress right now, because there's a lot more on the line now, and there are real consequences if SpaceX gets it wrong. So that is essentially, there's just a lot more risk and a lot more on the line for version 3 than before, and that is why SpaceX needs to get it right.
Absolutely. There's definitely a lot riding on this vehicle. So I think we're about an hour away from our projected T0, right?
Yeah, about an hour or so. They're still in chill down. And I mean, you'll see the vents pick up and get pressure behind him and all that stuff and whatnot. But until basically the indication for prop load will be the methane reclaim vent, which is the one dead center right next to the tanks. That'll shut off. The big cloud you see right on the other side of this, the blast wall here, that'll dissipate and that line will shut off. And then you'll see the vent all the way on the right there. That will have a ton of pressure behind it. In fact, there's actually two vents coming out of that because there's two separate banks of subcoolers. There's one really big one, and then there's four smaller ones that are tied together. Those will all get, there you go, that's the methane reclaim vent. Those will all get, both those vents will go get a bunch of pressure behind them as they start subcooling liquid oxygen. And then there's a vent in the middle that's kind of sputtering right now. You'll see it pop up every once in a while. That's the booster subcooler vent, methane subcooler vent, basically. That'll also get really powerful. So the two vents on the right will get really, really powerful. The methane reclaim vent, and then the other one will shut off entirely, as they're not going to vent anything overboard or do anything more methane reclaim because they want all of it to go into the booster. So they'll be basically punting everything into the booster from that point on. And that's when prop load starts. So,
All right.
who's doing the telestration? Is that Jay?
It's probably gonna be Jay. Yeah.
Hi in the back channel.
Well done, Jay. Thank you very much. So this is, of course, a new tank farm, new Launchpad infrastructure and everything. And for part 1, we used to have a very solid indication, which we called the Pope vent, which indicated, I believe, an important step in the countdown. And Stephen Lewis is asking, is there any equivalent of that Pope vent in this new Launchpad and
The vent?
surrounding infrastructure?
The vent right in the center there, the one that's next to the 2 tanks, the methane reclaim vent is your new Pope vent, basically. The new grass vent is a part of the large plume you see off to the right, which is inside the box fan. That grass vent is the liquid oxygen chill down system and whatnot. That vent is now integrated into the box fan because they want to dilute all of that rather than dump it all into the wetlands now. So, yeah.
All right. Trying to look for some more questions. There are a lot. It's just a matter of picking the right ones. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting a bit lost in the queue here. There's a lot of questions coming in. So earlier we were talking about that man lift with some cameras attached, perhaps, and Eric wants to know how far are we expecting that lift to get knocked back, or, well, will it get knocked over or something?
I mean, I think it'll be fine, but I think it'll still be closer than what might be comfortable for a lot of people getting to, or at least in terms of proximity to the exhaust cloud coming out of the trench, because the exhaust coming out of the trench is going to be coming out at a very rapid velocity, and even if you are 200 or 300 meters away, it is going to cover that ground in next to no time at all. So it's going to be interesting to see how it holds up. Or what its purpose even is. I would laugh if part of the footage or imagery that SpaceX posts afterwards is going to be from that spot. Like how, I think that would be kind of funny. I don't know about you, Ryan, but I think it'd be kind of funny.
Yeah, it would definitely be kind of funny. I think that Ryan is maybe away for a second now. I know that Ryan thinks that lift is absolutely fine. But it seems pretty close to me, so I wouldn't be surprised if it gets at least dinged a bit or something.
I mean, from this angle, it looks a lot closer than it is, just because of the angle that we have from it to the pad. If we had a more side-on view of the booster and the launch mount itself, where the booster would be more on the left side of the frame and the lift would be more on the right side, we would have a lot better idea of how much more of how much. And looks a lot closer than it probably is. But what?
Oh, you cut out for me for just a second.
Oh, did I? Oop, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I don't know if that.
Yeah, I think it's all just down to the angle. It looks very, very compressed here, but yeah, it's far enough away, we think, or SpaceX thinks, to not really be a problem.
No, but there's one thing that we did spot, and that is that it's their own lift. They're not putting up a rental lift and not risking someone else's equipment. So if it goes wrong, they'll be damaging their own equipment. Yeah. So that's good, I suppose.
I mean, a singular boom lift is not going to be the end of the world.
You know what's funny is the boom lifts that are that colors. There's a solid chance. I don't know. We probably don't have the angle to look at it, to be honest. But there might be a chance that thing says high bay on the side of it. I'm not even kidding.
That'd be kind of funny.
Because the high bay and the old mega bay ones were that color. And there's a solid chance that could be a high bay boom lift.
Oh, man.
Which might be one of their older
you'll be
ones that they
missed.
don't really care about.
Maybe it's an experiment. I don't know. Keep this angle, and we'll have to see. Maybe it'll go flying for all we know.
We didn't call it danger lift for nothing, I suppose. Well, we'll have to
Correct.
see that maybe. In the meantime, let's run through some more support, which we again very much appreciate. It means that we can continue streaming these events live for you. So Fawad, thank you very much. Says that's one dark cloud. Brandon has just become a Padrat member. Thank you very much, and have fun with the membership perks. Randy is asking, why do paths A and B face different directions? Who wants to take that one?
That is a Ryan question if I have ever heard one.
Room. They didn't have any room to face it the other way. I'm not kidding. That's the only reason why. They didn't have the launch site. If they had the launch site expansion when they went to originally build that pad, then it would be facing the way that pad 1 is. But they didn't, so they had to work with what they had. That's literally why it's facing the way it is. They didn't really have any choice.
So they're essentially trying to cram a lot of infrastructure in quite a tight space here in Starbase, even though it looks like a very empty place. The amount of room available to SpaceX isn't that much.
Like, just to give an example, the area for the Starship launch pad at 39A, just that side of 39A, has more room than the original footprint of the launch site. That's not including the expansion, but that side of 39A has more room. That's like they had almost no room to work with, and they put 2 pads there. Yeah. The expansion that they got puts it about, I think, 2/3 the size. It puts it like half to maybe 2/3 the size of 39A, and it's tiny compared to 37. 37 is gigantic. They can put 2 pads here. They could put like four launch towers with trenches and have room to spare at 37. That's how much room they have at that launch complex.
And I think also for some more context to Pad 2's position, that is where the old suborbital launch pads were for Starships SN8 through SN15. It was kind of sad to see those go because those were present up until flight. Brian, was it flight 3 when they began the demo of the suborbital mounts, or flight 4? I can't remember.
The demo, the suborbital mounts, the last ship to static fire on. They demoed A long time ago. It was demoed long before. But the last ship to static fire it, and the day they started to dismantle it was literally May. That would have been early May of 2024. Because
flight 4
Ship
then.
30 did Ship 30 did a static fire on pad B, and then it left. And as soon as it left, they started to cut it down because they started to install the pilings for that tower like end of really early May. So the second tower you see, those piles were installed 23 and a half months ago. Basically, by the time this goes, it'll have been about 2 years since almost exactly 2 years since they started the pad.
And to get all of this done in just 2 years is kind of insane because it required an ungodly amount of work, not just for the launch mount itself, but for the new tower, and also for the brand new additions to the tank farm to help support a much more rapid pace to fuel vehicles. Oh, what is this? Of course, it's Ship 26. Yes. Thank you, Jay.
That would have been. Give me a minute. I can even give you the date on it, depending on which test it is. That's basically going to be like third week. It's either the 18th or the 20th of October 2023.
Man, we haven't seen Ship 26 in a hot minute, haven't we? Man, this is kind of refreshing.
The last time 26 did a test was when it commissioned Massey's on June 3rd, 2024.
Yeah. Oh my God! Wow. And then 1 year later, it's a ship 10 numbers newer destroyed it.
Roger.
Well, that didn't last long.
SpaceX's version of Ares 1.
So now we're just waiting to break the curse of these ships with sixes. So ship 46 better behave itself.
Because ship 16 was supposed to fly and then it didn't. Then there were, I think, there were rumblings of a hypersonic test with it, and it never happened.
That would have been so cool,
I still
dude.
think I still say they should have done it.
I agreed.
And then, of course, before that was SN6. And SN6 was actually successful. It was the second of the 150-meter hops with the mass sim on top, remember? Single engine, little 150-meter hop. So SN6 was good. SN16 was built, not finished, then stuck in the rocket garden, then scrapped. Ship 26 was an abomination that did some testing here and there.
Abomination.
The one thing it did have new that it did that like S25 didn't have is S26 introduced the newer and more robust aft section on the ship, because during S24 testing they found that if they were to fire all 6 Raptor engines at full thrust, they would have buckled the aft end and probably blown the ship up. So for anyone who remembers Ship 24 sitting on Pad B, suborbital Mount B, for like 2 months with a bunch of scaffolding around it, that's because they were doing a bunch of modifications to the aft end to reinforce it more. It ended up didn't needing it because it never really fired its engines again, at least not after stage set, because it never made it stage set. But
I mean, it's separated.
26 did have a lot of improvements over 25. And then 28 was the next one that had more improvements. And then basically it was like 30 after that had more. And of course, 33 is the first Block 2, and we know how that went. So, Starship lore.
I will not accept any Ship 26 slander from you, Ryan, of all people. Never.
Are we just watching the stream? Jay, is this just the stream from it? Like,
Are we not? I'm waiting for some Raptors to fire up here.
Here's I think here's one of the vents. I think one of the good old tri-vents way back in the day. Remember that thing? Oh my God! Remember the tri-vents
the 26 have tri-vents? I thought that they moved away from that with Ship 25.
And they moved away from it with Ship 24 because Ship 24 had the heat shield on it. Well, Ship 20 really. Because the tri-vents were around from SN15, from SN8 to SN15 were the tri-vents. Because there was no heat shield to go through. So.
I'm just waiting for like the hose or whatever plumbing sprayed water beneath the mount there. But I don't see any yet. Jay, we're waiting a long time. Where's the fire? Jay, we're waiting a long time here. Jay, where's my fire?
While we sit and wait here, we're
so demanding here, backseat producing. Jay
like
didn't fire.
We're probably like 10 to 15 minutes for start of prop load. We're going off the rails here, aren't we?
We kind of are, yeah. It tends to happen whenever you show a flapless ship on stream.
Kevin in the back channel, OMG, Artemis 1 metal print sultry. That stream.
Oh, shiny object!
Okay. So.
On the rail?
Well, with that out of the way.
What might?
What?
I've got to say, I got a bit.
So we might as well use that as a plug. Buy Artemis 2 prints at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. There you go.
Yes, please.
They said it in the back channel, so I said it. Oh, yeah, sorry.
There's a lot of amazing stuff on that website. So.
Indeed.
There is. 100% from the whole team.
I have an Artemis 2 print.
Do you?
I have yours, the flag shot.
I know, that's why I asked.
It's a good one. It's a very good one.
I just wanted to hear you say it, Ryan, that's all.
Okay.
But speaking about Artemis 2, which of course went around the moon. Space Andrew is asking, what do we think this first payload to the moon will be? And I assume that's going to be on Starship. Who wants to take that?
I mean, I think the first time a Starship HLS goes to the moon, I think HLS itself is going to be the payload. So, in terms of like what they're going to be carrying on board for anything like special or hardware they want to test out in terms of something, I don't know. I mean, I think to sound cliche for a second, I think whenever they do send an uncrewed HLS lander to the moon to do the first ever test landing on the lunar surface, I think the ship itself is going to be the valuable payload, along with the data that it is able to gather to pave the way for a landing on Artemis 4, as things are currently sitting, as with the Artemis program's newly restructured system, or timeline, I should say. So it sounds cliche, sounds kind of boring, but I think the lander and its data are going to be the payloads. Because, of course, there has never been a lander on the moon as tall and skinny as Starship is, just in terms of ratio, ever before. Everything else has been pretty wide with very, very wide legs to help keep stability, and Starship is very tall, incredibly tall for what it is. So obviously they can't afford to land on any super steep hills or inclines, and they want to make sure all goes well on that front. So I think the ship and its data will be the most valuable first payload.
I think you might be right there. But on the other hand, SpaceX is also known for putting like funny things on first flights. Like, if I recall correctly, the first Dragon had a wheel of cheese on there. Of course, Falcon Heavy flew a car, a Tesla, and we've seen a banana on Starship. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they put something funny on HLS, even though, of course, the primary mission is HLS. And now I lost the question I had queued up. Great.
Oh, darn it.
It happens.
Yeah. I really lost it. Oh my. So, we're expecting, I think, in about, just over 40, just under 45 minutes from now, we're expecting this test. And as we discussed earlier, we're also expecting them to immediately try to fire up the 33 engines that are installed on Booster 19. So, I've got a question here from Enes Goroglu. I'm trying to pronounce the names. It's going very well. So, how much safer is doing a 33 engine static fire test at first try instead of doing it with 9 or a couple of engines? Because they used to do it all in stages, and of course I don't think 33 will be safer. I think, how much less safe is it potentially?
I mean, it is inherently risky for what the test is, especially if they don't take a more gradual approach in igniting, say, 3 engines, and then 10, then 13, then 20, and then, I don't know, something along that path. It is inherently more risky doing that, but this isn't a situation like Booster 7, where they have never lit all 33 engines before together. They have obviously plenty of experience now doing that between a whole bunch of booster static fires and, of course, 11 test flights from Pad 1. Granted, that was an old booster design, and that was also using the old Raptor 2 engines, and of course now version 3 Starship, both on ship and booster, used the Raptor 3 variant. But I don't think it's as risky as people say it is, although going right to that test is inherently more risky in terms of what could go wrong compared to if they wanted to ignite lesser engines than that the first time. But I guess if SpaceX really is confident enough to try for all engines at once, I really would not want to be the one to doubt them, because they were able to ignite, at least very briefly, all 10 engines that were installed on it last month on the first try. And the only issue the only reason why they had to cut that short was not because of a booster issue. It was because of a ground side issue. So, I mean, they lit all 10 successfully on the first try. Granted, they have to ignite 23 more at the same time, but they have plenty of experience doing that before with prior designs. And, of course, version 3 was built with lessons learned from both version 1 and version 2 designs for both Super Heavy and ship itself. So I'm not as worried about that as you might think, or others maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm overconfident. I don't know. But I'm honestly not that worried if they try to light all the engines at once today.
I share your confidence there. So we're building up towards this static fire, and Ryan, I was wondering, what do we expect to see over the next 40 minutes or so?
Well, in about 5 to 10 minutes, we should see the methane reclaim vent turn off, along with the other chill down line, that frosty line that's going over the blast wall there. It's been dumping a bunch of liquid and gas all over the concrete. Both those should shut off, and then the subcooler vents will kick into overdrive and get a bunch of pressure behind them, which will indicate the start of propellant load, because they were basically, that means they're putting a ton of methane and liquid oxygen through the subcoolers, and they're putting a ton of liquid nitrogen through the subcoolers to actually, chill it down, quick enough and everything like that. So yeah, the one circled in green will shut off during prop load. And then that's fantastic, Jay. Thank you. Those two will increase by a lot.
Okay.
I love he did the rectangle instead of circling them.
Like mixing it up. Yeah. So earlier, Ryan, you mentioned that some of these vents are venting methane, and Alan Levy is asking, wouldn't it be better to have a flame stack for that?
I mean, that is the kind of thing. It's kind of like, I would think that it'd be cool to have a flame stack to reroute drained methane around and just burn it off. To be honest, I know SpaceX tries to reclaim and recondense as much methane as they possibly can. But for the stuff that they can't, I am kind of genuinely surprised they don't have a flare stack somewhere. Honestly, I am. They have one at Massey's. Literally, if you were to take a shot at Massey's, and I don't think
and McGregor as well.
It's not even. I don't know if it's visible in the Massey shot that we currently have, but it's way off towards the. It's not even. Yeah, it's basically all the way off to the side there. It's that separate tank that's like there's one that's way off to the left. It's an internal flare stack basically. It's a covered flare stack, I guess is the better way to put it. Like the top is open, but there's a flame inside of it. Like I think sometimes during the night, if the lighting's just right, you might actually be able to see the lighting off the flare stack itself. But yeah, it's odd that they don't have it at the launch site, but they have it at McGregor and they have it at Massey's. So it's weird. I don't know why they don't, to be honest. I think it's just a choice.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm going to run some more support here, I suppose. Ron Smith, apparently we said something controversial a while back, because Ron Smith is wondering, is this a static fire or the flame trench? Good question.
The answer is yes.
Ale Grey Prime, thank you very much for becoming a Red Team member. Also, thank you to Coco for the support. Thank you to Belay Advisory. Cornbread is saying, for Jack, long live Pad A. Okay. And I'm trying to read this now. Thank you to the support for Noah and for Fortje and Eric, who upgraded to Red Team. This is just a little bit of support. I try to not do it all at once because then I would be talking for way too long. But there are other ways you can support us as well, and of course, like that support is what helps us do it. Of course, the liking, subscribing, all that stuff. Even if you are not in a position to support monetary, like sharing it with people helps, and it helps to get the word out there that we're doing these live streams and that we're doing this coverage. But other things that help us do the support as well is what we alluded to earlier. We've got shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and which is home to our amazing merch collection. And one of the things in our merch collection you may have seen recently is our beautiful pin collection with a display mount. So that has a hexagonal display tile with a magnetic mount, and it allows you to add and rearrange pins to your liking. We've created all these patches for all these Starship flights over the years, and now we've been turning them into pins, into metal pins that you can like either stick onto a board like this or onto your backpack or something. I know that Bastian on our team has been sticking it to his guitar strap, which is very, very cool. And all these pins are available in a set with the display mount, but also in a set, just the Starship pin Kickstart bundle, which has 12 pins, 11 for each of the flights we've had so far. There's also the shrug patch in there, and 2 extra pins for free, which is an absolutely amazing set. But not all. Some of you might actually want one pin or just a few pins. Just pick your favorites, and we've got your back, because from now on we've also available for purchase the pins individually, so you can just pick and match whatever you like. So whether you want a full set or just pick your favorite, head to shop.nasaspaceflight.com for these amazing pins. And with that, I will say thank you to everyone for all your support, and let's go to some more questions. This is one I've been eyeing for a few seconds. Jake asks, if we could pick any spaceflight program that never made it out of planning, what program would we pick? I know I've got an answer, but maybe Max or Ryan has an answer already.
You want to go first, Max?
I'm thinking still. So if somebody wants to take
I
the
have
stage
two.
for now,
I have 2.
Go.
Venture Star and Sea Dragon.
These are very good picks. I've got to say, the first thing I thought of was Sea Dragon as well, but I actually thought of something else, and that's the European Hermes human crewed spacecraft, which they planned for a while and never got out of planning, and I would love to see some European crew capability.
I have one.
Cool.
Shuttle C.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You know what that is?
Yeah.
Marty? It is the single-use cargo variant of the space shuttle, which was essentially a space shuttle cargo bay with no forward cockpit and no wings, no vertical stabilizer. It was a single use for heavy cargo only. And it went as far as there was a full-size mock-up built, but obviously that never flew. So I would have to say Shuttle C as my favorite program that never unfortunately got off the ground or beyond drawings. But Ryan, I'm looking at the tank farm now, also looking at the methane reclaim vent, and that has gotten considerably thinner in recent months. Or months. Minutes. Good grief.
Like months?
Months.
We are very close to prop load start. I am just waiting for those 2 vents to shut off and the 2 subcooler vents to really get going and have pressure behind them and sustain pressure. We're very close. So any minute now is when those will engage, and then it's about 5 to 10 minutes after that we should have frost. We might be getting closer to 1250, give or take, is where we might be getting close to at this point, but we'll see here. Maybe the methane vent will pick up. Subcooler vent. It's kind of sputtering as they're trying to maintain the temperature right now.
Yeah.
Before they
Once
start.
they both pick up very heavily, that is a strong indicator that propellant is underway, right?
Yeah, once they both pick up very heavily and both of the other the methane reclaim vent basically shuts off, and then a lot of the clouds that are below that blast wall will start to dissipate a lot because that vent will also shut off. That means we're basically into prop load at that point. So, almost there.
All right. And Tobias is actually asking, like, I think you covered it pretty much already, but with no OLM vent or Pope vent, what do we think is the best indicator of upcoming activity? Do we know that already? Have we seen enough tests already?
Basically, what I just said is their best indicator.
Yeah, so like once the methane reclaim vent completely cuts off and both box fans begin to emit vapor at a very high rate, that is our indicator that prop load is underway. So it isn't connected to the launch mount in terms of our visuals, but just from the tank farm actions itself, I think that is the key elements that we can look out for going forward.
Yeah, the methane doesn't have a box fan, by the way. It's just a vent. So
okay, got it.
The methane vent is the same thing at Massey's, and it'll be the same thing at 39 and 37. What they do for the methane is there's a set of valves that connect between the actual exhaust of the subcooler and the vent itself. There's a couple of different lines that are several valves. So what they do is they open and close these valves so they can modify the pressure of the LN2 and whatnot inside the subcoolers. So for LOX, a lot of times they just dump it overboard. I don't really care as much about it. But for methane, they like to be able to control that pressure a little bit more. And so that's how that's set up. It's just a vent. And there's a bunch of pressure behind it, so that's why you see a large column. And the ship is the same thing. It's just the ship one is basically it's in between the booster one and the methane reclaim vent, but it's not active right now because obviously there's no ship. So when we do get full stack testing, we will see 3 separate vents. We'll see the box fan and the 2 subcooler vents running. So I cannot wait for a wet dress rehearsal. That's gonna look cool.
It's gonna look so cool.
Right.
I've been trying to visualize that now for months as well. Same with the exhaust coming out of the flame trench, and just in combination with the newly designed hot staging ring on the booster being now part of its design entirely and not an add-on, and also a much thinner truss. The Raptors with no engine shielding around them now. I don't know, dude. It's gonna look wild. Oh, and also the dome the dome on the top of the methane tank on the booster will be frosty. Exactly.
Yep. It'll be frosty. That is quite literally with a ship on top. It'll look weird. It'll look cool though.
Yeah, because that dome isn't just there as a structural support or as like a sort of interstage. That quite literally is the very top of the methane tank. So it's going to look wild.
So I've seen some people in chat speculating on whether we're in prop load already, but we're looking at the tank farm right now because on our other views we've seen that there is no frost on the booster just yet. So yeah, as long as there's nothing visible, we'd like to be zoomed in on the thing that's actually doing stuff and that's actually giving us some indications. But you can trust us that as soon as we will see frost on our cameras, we will switch the camera angles and start looking at the prop loading of the booster.
Just me. When we're getting a prop load, we'll tell you.
Yeah, you'll know. Like, it'll be kind of hard
frost,
to miss.
You'll know. Like, we'll get there.
Speaking about prop load, when they start loading, how long does it take for until we expect a static fire? Will we see them load all the way, or?
They'll load the
partially?
LOX tank almost all the way, and they load about a ring or a little more than that on the methane. Of course, you still have the methane transfer tube. It depending on how much, depending on how long they want to run the engines today, there's a chance they load a little bit more methane. That won't take any longer though, because basically what they do, and you can actually tell by the way the tank farm reacts, because we try to keep an eye on the booster when prop load's in active, but while prop loading is happening, especially with these lower loadings, you can literally watch the methane subcooler vent lose and gain pressure as it goes, because SpaceX is controlling how many methane pumps are on. So it's not running all 4 methane pumps to load the methane. It's only running a few of them, because they're not doing a full load of methane. So when they go do a full load of methane, all 4 pumps will run at at the speed that they want them to, and at the flow rate they want. So you can actually see that in the tank farm as the subcooler vent adjusts for how many pumps are running for how much methane is going through the subcoolers, because the more methane you put through, the more LN2 you have to put through to subchill it. So you can actually tell the difference in that, which is kind of cool to see. But still waiting on them to start prop load. They're trying to do something with the temperatures or holding. I don't really know what they're doing. They haven't started yet, so we're pushing more towards 12:55, maybe 1 o'clock at this point.
It's taken them a bit longer than it has in the past couple of days, which is not alarming. Maybe they're trying something new. Maybe they found something that they didn't quite like, and they're trying to manage temperatures. But this is slower paced than we've seen in the last couple of days, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit slower, but I'm not really that concerned about it. It depends. It's some days you might be able to chill it down faster. Some days you might not be able to do it. I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of one of those things. Plus, maybe they're trying to make sure everything's just right for this one, since they might be trying to fire all 33 engines. So maybe they're being a little bit extra cautious here. I don't know.
Rightly
and
so.
Again, you gotta remember, this is only the 9th time they're loading prop onto this booster on this pad. Only the 9th time they're doing it. They did it 4 times before, because they did a cryo, they did a spin prime, they did an igniter tanking test, spin prime, igniter, then that 1.5 second static fire. And now they've done a spin prime and igniter test. So this would be, so they're still figuring things out. That's
all right.
7th time. Jesus, I can't do math. God
Math
damn.
is hard.
Wow,
it's not a whole lot of times.
Math is hard.
I've got a question here, and I shared a question with One Wolf, who actually did a super chat to ask it.
Oh, hey,
what
guys!
Are those yellow tanks? Breaking news.
Never mind. Sorry, I got overly excited.
No,
My bad.
Don't get excited. I'll say it when it's happening. Don't worry.
I'll say it when it's happening. I'm Ryan Weber. I can say when things are happening when you can't.
I can.
Fine.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, Max, if you want to say when things are happening, you've got to at least be accurate.
I know. Marty.
Sorry, that was a bit rude.
Marty. Man. I just got, man. I walked right into that. You know what? Honestly,
you did.
I just want to see this thing get into prop load, and I just jumped the gun. I'm sorry. Okay.
Are you sorry?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Anyway, I was wondering, these yellow things that we're seeing in the front, are they tanks, or are they related to them still building out this area?
They're related to Pad 1 construction. They were part of a system for deep soil mixing. So deep soil mixing is basically trying to figure out a way to explain this and whatnot. What they basically do is they take like a concrete slurry and go down into the ground, and basically they can mix a column of concrete slurry into the ground to make like a wall inside the ground or a floor that you basically can dig up to, and water won't seep through it, so that you basically have a workable area to dig down to or to dig across to, is basically what it's for. They did a ton of that at Pad 2 when they originally built it. It was for when they were to dig out the trench and everything. They did it at 39A. They've done it at 37s. They've already done it at one of the trench sites for 37. And, of course, they've already done it here at Pad 1. I think it's still around there because I think they might be doing some more here and there, but I don't really know. Or they just haven't packed up the equipment yet. But that's for deep soil mixing.
All right, thank you for that. Jera here is saying with a super chat, for which thank you very much. It's not tank watching until someone telestrates a giraffe. Just saying. So Jay has already been doing some telestration.
Jay has to
Maybe
draw
we'll
a giraffe.
get a giraffe.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Jay, no. Make that. We should make that a chat goal. If we get X amount of super chats, Jay has to draw a giraffe.
Oh,
I
boy.
agree with that.
Yep, I agree.
But then again,
perhaps
Jay is
another
also the
animal,
one
but-
producing, so he can easily veto that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we need Chris B on our side for that one.
We do.
I just want a giraffe. Ryan FWD
Hey,
is giving
Chris
you
in chat.
£10 for your internet.
Chris
thank
said-
you, A10 Narco. Oh,
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Marty. Chris said in chat, the regulatory giraffe.
Oop, 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 oop.
Oop,
Oh.
oop, 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 oop.
sounds
might be
like we've
getting
got
there.
the boss on our side.
Might be getting there.
Oh,
Are you sure,
We might be
Ryan?
getting
Because the
there. So
methane
what-
reclaim vent's still going.
what are you seeing, Ryan, that makes you believe that?
I said we might be. It
Might be.
looks like, basically, looks like we're in the home stretch, and they're finishing off. They're trying to get the temperatures down to exactly where they want them. And there's pressure. There's a bunch of pressure behind the LN2 exhaust vents here. There you go. There's the methane reclaim vent dying off.
You've said that like 3 times already, Ryan.
I didn't say that. You said that.
I said it once. Oh, gosh. Children.
We are. That's true.
We are, admittedly. Guilty as charged.
So essentially, we do think that if things proceed this way, we will start seeing that frost on the booster very, very soon. And of course, the moment that happens,
You know, they
someone
started to-
will cut me off, jump in.
They started to get that pressure up, and then they backed off on the pressure. It was almost
that's
like
happened-
they went to
yeah.
try to start into the prop
Yeah,
load,
yeah.
and then they stopped. I don't know.
That's happened a few times already. Oh, did the vent finally die off?
It needs to be like sustained pressure, like this pressure, but sustained.
Yeah.
Okay.
That.
But I think it's safe to say that
that looks pretty sustained to me.
Yeah, I think we're there. Yeah, methane
That
reclaim
looks
vent
like
is
that
basically
looks like
off.
prop load starting to me.
Yeah, which would give us, I'd say 1.
Okay.
If this is full prop load start, which it kind of looks like at this rate, we probably around 1
Yeah.
p.m.
Yeah, this is
Central.
the strongest we've
Yeah.
seen these vents so far and the most sustained. So I think at this point it's safe to say that we are in prop load now. That it has just started.
So we should start seeing frost on the booster within 5 to 10 minutes. 10
Okay.
10 at most. We'll see some of that little. We'll see condensation going up. They'll start with a slow load a little bit, and then they start picking up real quick. So
and do we
Very
expect
good.
it to start on the oxygen tank first or the methane tank?
the LOX tank will start first with this load. If they're doing the same load that they have been the last several times, we won't see methane frost until so you see the taller chine right there on the booster LOX tank, we won't really see any methane frost if they do the same kind of loading as they've done the last couple of times. Methane frost won't appear until the LOX line's about to the top of that chine. So it'd be about 2/3 of the LOX tank will be full before we see any methane frost.
Okay. And just for reference, the methane tank is on top and the liquid oxygen tank is on the bottom. So we expect to see frost on the bottom first.
Mm-hmm. It's not some abomination like BN1 was.
I mean, like, also, the reason why we see methane frost building up on the methane tank so much later is because the transfer tube between the methane tank and the thrust section of the booster, or the engine section, I should say, is literally the size of a Falcon 9. So they have to fill that before methane even reaches the bottom of the main methane tank structure. So just because we don't see frost on the methane tank itself, when we see frost on the LOX tank, that doesn't mean methane is absent from the booster at that point. Because that is a lot of methane that has to occupy that space inside the transfer tube first. So I think it's like what, 10 or so minutes after we see frost on the LOX tank that we see methane frost?
About 15 plus or so.
Okay.
And what Falcon 9 is basically, it's 3.7 meters, if I remember correctly. It's been a bit since I've looked at Falcon 9 stuff. I've paid so much. I pay so much attention to Starship that I forget other rockets a lot of times.
No.
Yeah. And basically, the transfer tube on the inside of there is 3 meters wide, so a little bit smaller than Falcon 9, but it's what are you to quibble over 0.7 meters at that point? It's still a gigantic transfer tube.
Yeah.
Or down tuber.
Stop it. No.
Oh God.
Stop it. No. We're not going down that path
tube
again.
SpaceX called it a transfer tube. That's what it is. I think doesn't Blue Origin call theirs a downcomer or something? I know other companies call it their downcomers.
I believe Relativity.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Marty. I think it was them, or was it Stoke? I can't remember. Maybe it was both of them. I don't know.
But I seem to remember Relativity.
For Blue, it's probably it's some uptuber weird thing because Blue hates naming things that make sense.
It's probably something along the lines of an axial fluid.
Right. Because their tails
some
and their
super. Yeah.
What the heck is their their names for things are just, I'm sorry, they're bad. They're just bad.
Just like their entry burn for New Glenn. It's not re-entry burn. It's the exo-atmospheric deceleration burn.
It is super.
Which honestly, that sounds kind of rad, but also you could just say re-entry burn
or supersonic retropropulsion,
or that. Yes.
It's just Blue. Your rocket's cool. I got to see it come back into port, but come on, you need to name things better. Seriously, be better at naming. Not that SpaceX is good at it at all. SpaceX is trash at naming things.
That's
seriously,
a bold statement.
They are trash at naming things.
Why are they trash at naming things, Ryan? I want to hear this now.
You want to hear this?
I do. I want to hear this.
Ringwall? You kidding me? Ringwall?
It's literal. Ringwall. What's wrong with that?
Or how about name everything Star? You put Star in front of everything. Okay, come on.
What's wrong with that?
Starlink, Star Factory,
it's part of their brand.
Starship, I don't know. It's just
it's part of their brand.
I don't like it,
bro.
I don't like it. No, I don't like it. It's too much.
Like it. This just in: Ryan Weber does not like something.
Also, Super Heavy Booster
Shocker.
is really a great name for it. Let's be honest here.
I like Super Heavy. I don't know why. I like it.
BFR's better.
Nah, that's an L take right there.
But not the BFR you're thinking, Matt Wayne.
Oh, I know both BFRs you are referring to, but I still think neither of them come close to Super Heavy.
Fair enough.
How about? Well, I mean, like ITS was pretty funny, or MCT. Remember that? Remember those days?
I
Mars Colonial
prefer both of
Transporter?
those to BFR. I'm not even joking.
The Interplanetary Transport System.
Yes.
It's like a mouthful, but you know. It
But
works.
that sounds like that. But that sounds like something that Blue Origin would call their Starship size rocket, aka New Glenn 9x4.
Oh
I don't
my
know.
goodness! A goal has been created.
What is it?
10 steel super chats and a giraffe will be drawn during detanking.
Yes.
By Drake.
Yes.
I'm
Winning.
already looking forward to that.
Winning.
It's
We just need to make it happen now. Anyway, as we're looking at the bottom of the booster now, patiently waiting for frost to appear, we're also looking at the top deck of the launch mount. And Master Quack, I think, is actually wondering, will they use the top deck deluge for this test?
I don't think they'll use it for the test, but they might fire it later if they want to. I don't know if they've refilled the top deck. So
I mean, that happened a couple of days ago, right? Where I think it was like an hour and 5 minutes after the spin prime test, we saw them just randomly activate the top deck deluge with the booster still on it. And we were kind of bracing for that yesterday, but that test never came. So they may do that today. I mean, with the static fire, that might be a thing. That might be something else that they want to try out. But I don't know. And if they do, we will not know it's coming until we see water coming like pretty much in our faces.
yeah, there's no warning. It just the only warning is about a second before when the pressurization system puffs over at the water deluge. That's about the only warning you get.
Yes.
All right. So it looks like we're getting a giraffe, which is during detanking. So we first need to see this test through. But
we are
like I said,
now.
I'm already
That happened
looking
quick.
forward to that. It happened
happened
really, really quickly.
That happened in no time at all. That's incredible.
I just saw it counting up one every few seconds. So that is amazing. And to everyone who contributed to that, thank you so much for your support. And with that note, I should probably run through a bit more support again because I'm very, very, very much behind. Space Andrew, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Flippers wants justice for 26. Sure.
Hey,
Thanks for the support anyway. Richard, thank you for becoming a Patrat member and enjoy your membership. Jerwa saying the best thing about rockets is that they don't need rails. Okay, I do like things on rails though.
I mean, they use railroads a lot at Baikonur, so I don't know if that's. Anyways,
some rockets do need rails. Yeah, you're right about that.
I mean, Atlas also needs rails. Vulcan needs rails to get from the VIF over to 41. That is, got a point there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Anders Starheim is wondering, are there any hypergolic fuels being used on either ship or booster? And I believe the answer is no.
Correct. Nope. Yeah, no. Starship is all about using methane and oxygen. Hypergolic propellants, for those who aren't familiar, are those that ignite that ignite upon contact with each other and require no other source of ignition. It's very efficient. What?
We got a new goal. 20.
What is it?
And Alex will also draw a giraffe during detanking. So we'll have a contest.
Oh, good lord. Good lord.
And then we can compare them both and see who's the best giraffe drawer.
Yeah.
That's wow.
Official NSF giraffe contest.
Yep.
NSF not responsible. But
let's see if we can make that happen.
To get back to the question though, there are no hypergols aboard Starship. They either use methane or oxygen, or they use pressurized nitrogen in the RCS thrusters. So yeah, there is no, and also hypergulls are incredibly toxic, and using that much hypergolic propellant in a vehicle that has the propellant capacity as Starship that's a lot of super toxic stuff in one place, and that's one of the reasons why Russia wants to move away from the Proton rocket, is because Proton solely uses hypergolic propellants, and even though it is incredibly efficient and easy to store and work with relatively, it's incredibly toxic. And the one incident they had about a decade ago now or so, when they installed a sensor upside down, the rocket literally veered off course and crashed into the ground just after liftoff, and that left a big, massive cloud of hypergolic gas floating towards some people who should not have been there. So yeah, hypergulls are great for keeping your rocket stable and for a good source of ignition, but for rockets of this size, yikes!
That's odd.
Did the tank farm just die down?
Yeah, it did. And the recondenser vents over at the methane tanks just turned on. Which means they're putting methane back into the tanks.
Huh.
Interesting.
Haven't seen that before.
No.
Not like this.
That's odd.
Okay.
So what could that mean? They just decided to
If-
recycle, or
If I were to say what just happened, they just stopped prop load and started to put methane back into the tanks. The A word. Not going to say the other one. But it looks like they just aborted prop load. So we'll have to wait to see what happens next here. Yeah, that's odd. That's new.
I mean, I think the fact that they were able to catch that so early that could be looked at as a very negative thing, but also the fact that they caught it so early could be viewed as a positive, because depending on what the issue was at hand, maybe this is giving them a chance to recycle the system and try again.
Yeah, this doing it this early means that they never really put anything in the booster, so they can recycle and re-chill everything and go right back into prop load is what they should be able to do at some point. But for right now, it looks like prop load was aborted, and we'll kind of see what SpaceX is going to do next year, because that's basically what it looks like happened.
Now, Ryan, if they wanted to recycle, considering how much propellant they may or may not have put on board the booster by the time they were drawing methane back out towards the tank farm, it may not take them very long, or would it? I'm honestly not entirely sure.
They shouldn't have really. There probably was barely anything in the booster, to be honest, at this point.
Yeah.
But either way, this is new. So, and I was gonna say, when we were talking about hypergolics, while we sit here and wait to see what happens, for a rocket the size of Starship full of hypergolics, you would have been talking about the UR 900, which is the Universal Rocket 900 super heavy lift vehicle, which would have had 15 RD-270s in the first and second stages. It had a liftoff thrust of 21 million pounds of thrust.
That's insane.
Or 94,000 kilonewtons. So it would have been more than Starship.
That's genuinely insane.
wow.
That was proposed in 1969. There was So I don't even want to know how much. I just don't want to know how much hypergolics would have been. Would have been in that thing. Plus the UR 700 was also a proposed moon rocket for them. Like it was, I think it was what? 151 metric tons to low Earth orbit, and they were even thinking of a nuclear variant of like 250 tons still. The Soviets had a lot of nuts things way back in the day. I'll just put it that way.
It was also one of the just ugliest rocket creations ever.
Oh yeah, it was. It was
Ever. It was hideous. Like straight out of Kerbal. It was awful.
Yeah. So while we wait and see what's going to happen here, I'm still massively behind on the support queue, so I think I'll just continue doing that. Rankley kind of misses the static fire from the old suborbital launch mount, and I will agree with that. I got a bit nostalgic when Jay was showing that footage earlier, although I don't necessarily agree with your further statements. Bun Token is wondering if we think Tesla will make a lunar rover for HLS. I know that NASA has a project running to get a lunar rover, and I've been writing about that for This Week in Spaceflight quite a few times, but I forgot the names of the 3 competitors in that. But I can tell you that Tesla is not part of that. So unless they go out of their way themselves to make something, it doesn't currently look like they will do that.
So it looks like they did load a little bit of LOX onto the booster. I think if we zoom into the booster right now, we might see a little bit of condensation / frost on it. So they did get a little bit into the booster. Of course, they're not loading anything more right now, but they definitely, some did go into the booster. It's kind of hard to tell with heat haze, obviously. But I would be curious to watch to see what happens here. If they, recycle and then try to go again here. Maybe temperatures weren't correct, or a valve wasn't doing something, or something was a little bit off they didn't like, and they're just recycling real quick.
You know what, Ryan? I have a question. So we saw the booster transport stand roll out to the launch site yesterday. Now, while that doesn't necessarily indicate that they're going to roll the booster back, because last time they simply lifted the booster onto the transport stand to give workers room and a chance to work on the engine section of the booster. It seemed like they may have seen something that they wanted to look at, but obviously the booster never came off the mount, and they never used that transport stand as it was moved away. Maybe this is related to that. Somehow, we don't know what happened or what issues they may or may have seen, if any. But if they did see any issues, maybe they were confident in whatever fixes they were able to perform without the use of the booster transport stand. But this early abort this smells like something's wrong to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just pessimistic. I don't know. But something was definitely off there, and they caught that immediately.
Well, in regards to the transport stand, all it did was roll over and set down on the staging pad. They never even lowered the sticks to hook them up or anything along those lines. They didn't even swing out the SQD arm to get ready to do that. They just rolled the stand over. That could have been testing for the stand, because we know they've been doing tower to stand testing. And it didn't really look like they were doing much with the vehicle yesterday. So I think they may have brought it over as a just in case, or they brought it over to do some tower comms testing or something. I don't know, but this could be vehicle side. It could also be pad side. We don't really know what's wrong or what happened or why they aborted it. The biggest thing I will say is I have not seen a full depress of the booster.
Yep, correct.
I have not seen nor heard it. So
we would hear it.
Saying that means that, well, either they're waiting to get the rest of the locks out, but the other thing that they haven't done yet either is they haven't activated the LOX drain on the service structure yet. So almost as if and so that hasn't been activated, and neither is the methane one yet. So neither of those drains have been activated, and the booster has not depressed. So all they did was abort prop loading, but we still very much are in the case of they could kick everything back on and get back into prop loading. I mean, it wouldn't be that surprised if they do it really quick. I don't know if they got to run the reclaim again to chill some downs first, but yeah, now it's just a waiting game to see what happens.
Brent, I have one more question. I know I'm picking your brain, but since we haven't seen the lock strain on the launch mount, which would indicate that they're not immediately aborting all propellant off the vehicle or around the area, could it be because we saw? I mean, obviously we saw it took a lot more time for them to activate the methane side of the farm, and it took a lot longer for them to perhaps chill it down. Could they have seen that the temperature of the methane was probably too warm, and they had to abort and bring it back to try and cool it down even farther? Or is that not really a possible issue?
I mean, they could,
because that does matter.
Because they were just subcooling it. They could subcool it more and offset the temperature by venting it off. It'd be my guess is what they could do. I don't know if that would necessarily be a problem on that end. The other thing, and I didn't really think about this before too, and because I think there might be a marine safety information bulletin out. I have to go look again. I don't know if someone could look to see if there is one, but with this possibly being a static fire, and there might be one out there, range problem?
Maybe.
I'd have to look. I don't know if that could be a possibility or not. Jake says he hasn't seen any posted for this. I don't know. Maybe that's not related at all. But I will say
really quick.
It is really, really odd to have basically 6 perfect days and then this happens.
Yeah, right.
It's odd.
Hey Ryan, do we have, or Jay, do we have a graphic of that NOTAM closure for testing today? I want to compare it to some vessels I'm currently seeing in the Gulf, kind of in the Starbase SPI area.
I don't know if we have. I know there's TFRs and everything that's out there.
I'm seeing a couple of let's see here. Is that a cargo vessel? Yes. Is that a cargo vessel?
I don't think anything would be. The more I think about it, the more it seems unlikely that it'd be a range issue. Plus, we haven't seen anything no cars to the pad. So there's no cars to the pad either. There's no depress. There's no drainage. They're not draining out of the server structure. They're just draining back to the tank farm right now.
So maybe they found something that's minor that they think that they think they can work through in time to try again,
and then just recycle.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if any note Mars were posted for this or not.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Because they used to. But maybe because it's a little bit farther inland, they're not as worried about it. I don't know. Because it's almost a kilometer inland. Well, not exactly, but it's like several hundred more meters away from the beach. So.
Fair enough. And this thing is not flying anywhere, so...
No, I mean, unless it pulls a Tiang Long 3 for whatever reason.
No, it won't. It won't.
Yes, it won't. Yes, right. And that would be a very bad day.
I just want to say to people, I know people are noting that they see frost and condensation on the LOX tank of the booster. Yeah, that's because they loaded a little bit in it, and it's either boiling off or they're draining it out. That's all it is. The LOX subcoolers are staying chilled. I do not see the methane subcooler get running. At least not. I don't see that vent really running right now. So maybe there's a methane side issue, and that's what's going on here. But again, we can only speculate because SpaceX doesn't tell us anything.
Whatever is going on, they've got plenty of time to fix it.
Oh yeah,
and to recycle perhaps. And also, there is still another vehicle out at the test site, which may also get into testing later today. So
I don't
Yeah,
think
there's-
I don't think we see any red team vehicles stationed at the roadblock either, do we?
No, it's just a bunch of cyber trucks and a single
Okay.
sheriff over there.
Got it. Okay.
The red team is Cybertrucks, but it's kind of impossible to tell because Cybertrucks they all look the same. They don't need extra markings on them.
That's a lot of Cybertrucks. Holy cow.
It's a bunch of trash cans over there, is what it is.
Tell me how you really feel.
Actually,
Don't do that. Never mind. I take it back. Don't do that.
You said it anyways. Yeah, this is kind of weird. We haven't had a testing issue with Pad 2 yet. Pad 2's first testing problem. Here we go. There's a first for everything, you know?
So maybe it was bound to happen then. And at the very least, it will be
yeah.
interesting to see how SpaceX runs through this and how they handle this. And hopefully, if they can handle this stuff quickly, because it would be nice if new design would allow them to handle issues quickly.
I'm basically waiting to see if the methane reclaim vent turns back on here at some point, and the vents that are next to the methane tanks. I'm wondering if those will turn off and whatnot, and they basically kick it back into gear. I'm waiting to see if that happens. It's basically my indication that they're going right back into it. So I think that's what we need to watch for at this point. But of course, we're gonna watch with everyone else because this is the first time we've had some kind of an abort or an issue with Pad 2 loading. They've been basically perfect for the first 6 times they've done it. So, this is new.
It certainly is. In the meantime, it appears that I'm an hour behind on support, so let's quickly get through it. Gabriel wants a freeze-dried banana to the moon. Sure, why not? Thank you, Cyborg Valkyrie, for becoming a Patrat member, and thank you, Felix, as well. Thank you, FWD79, for your support. Stingy, thank you for your support as well. Carson says flashy things coming out of the bottom of the booster. I haven't seen anything. I see some flashing things right now on screen, but that might just be something blowing around in the wind, perhaps?
I believe those are just engineering cameras down there on the bottom of the launch mount.
Ah. They're just
That
reflecting
is... They're 4 separate things that they can actually retract up into the launch mount if they need them to. They have a camera and a light on it. So at night when you see the trench all lit up, it's because those are nice bright LED lights that are kind of shining up on it. So yeah, it's really cool. I can't wait to see footage from those. Hoping we get a recycle and a static fire today, because you got me all hyped up, SpaceX. God dang it.
FWD again, are the bottom 2 rings changing color? Well, I think that's outdated now. And now we're getting to the giraffe money. So I think I can speedrun these. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Rocket Fan. Thank you, Mr. Death. We'll have an intermission from Patrick Bob, gifting another 50 Red Team memberships, which is very, very generous. And that means 50 more members who get to check out all the perks of the member program. There's a lot of extra content for everyone out there. So enjoy your membership and thank Patrick Bob if you got one of these memberships. We've got Batatuya, thanks for your support. Photon Empress, I think that's Jamie.
Hey, what's up, Jamie?
Hey.
Nice to see you here. Starship is the ship, Super Heavy is the booster. Starship is the Starship and Super Heavy together. Makes sense? Make that make sense? Yeah, we discussed SpaceX naming earlier.
Oh yeah, we were
It
talking
still
about
doesn't really
basic
make sense to
naming.
me. But I've accepted it by now. It's just what we've got and what we've got to deal with. And now back to the giraffe super chats from RC Horseman, from Biteford, from Lunar Mare Plains, I think, from Eric. And I think that must have been 10 already, maybe not. Bunko, Cooper, Grisu saying another beep, Rupen, go for giraffe. Kirit, also go for giraffe. We might be running into some of the Alex draws a giraffe chats right now as well. Telstar, also bring on the star giraffe. Going to the SpaceX naming there as well. Alyssa, thank you for your support. Daniel, Steph and Dex, also thank you very much. Lunar Mare Plains again. Barbecue Weasel, who thinks it's necessary. Wait, I don't know what that's referring to. Maybe to the giraffe, which I do agree is necessary. RC Horseman wants to sharpen the pencil. Patrick Bob, let's get to the giraffe. And Moose Turtle for the giraffe fund as well. Oliver, thank you for your support. Mr. Fluffy, I think this is referring to Max because it's just a whole bunch of helps. And
help. Yes. Ryan knows as well.
Help! Help!
Help!
Help!
Help!
Oh, I'll have to. We'll definitely be repeating that the next time we all play BF6.
Yes, we will. I mean, no, we won't. I won't need help.
You won't? You're not going to cry for help again?
Only around you.
Okay, let's continue. Oliver, thank you again.
That's also interesting.
What do you see?
The Deluge tank farm is depressing. It's venting, which is usually a depress of the tank farm for that.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Interesting.
It's Beach 1, by the way, Jay. Or yeah. You can see the vent off the I just noticed that myself. I think it's been going for a good chunk of this time. But yeah,
It looks like the tank farm as a whole looks a lot calmer now. As well. Sadly.
Yeah.
Yeah, those vents are usually when they depress that the water farm there. So, because they use LN2 and whatnot, and they pressurize the system and chill it down, and it feels like this is a full on. Maybe there was an issue with the water farm or something. Maybe this feels like a full on depress and reset. But I haven't heard the vehicle depress is the thing, and they're not draining out of the service structure. Which when they're safing everything, they turn those drain lines on, and they're not doing that right now. Unless they have a problem inside the service structure there or something, and they can't.
Was there even enough in there to begin with to start venting it out?
Well, the thing is yeah, there you go. There's the vent for the water deluge. Yep. Basically, if there was enough to even put it into the booster, it means that all the locked supply lines inside that server structure were filled with sub-chilled liquid oxygen. And if they wanted to safe that thing as quick as possible, the best way to do it is to detank the booster and open the drain line on the side of the service structure and just dump it out. That's the quickest ways to save it, and to get rid of it. But they're not doing that, and I don't know why.
Normally as well, unless my observations have just been incorrect or my memory's wrong, depressing the vehicle is usually one of the last things they do.
Yes, that'd be a full depress, but if they've already got stuff in the tanks, it would have already been a little bit pressurized, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't like just depress it back down a little bit. But I don't know.
Puzzling either way, I think.
There's a few odd things that are going on that's kind of a little weird.
Yeah, yeah. It's certainly eyebrow raising. What was that?
Me.
Oh,
sorry.
I was like, what was that?
I forgot to press the mute button.
Uh-oh.
We're all trying to listen in and listen for these sounds of the booster depressing, and so
and then I did
easily
it. And then
triggered by this.
And then Ryan Weber depressed. That's what happened.
Oh
explosively.
No! I have to do that on stream.
It was an accident.
It was an accident.
Okay. Yeah. Either way, it's really interesting what's going on right now, and it's somewhat of uncharted territory, especially for this Launchpad and the V3 booster, I think.
Hey Ryan,
and
Marty, real quick. We're seeing in the back channel that there was a loud vent heard a few minutes ago.
Okay. I didn't hear that.
So maybe that was somewhere in the tank farm. Maybe that was the booster itself. We're not sure. I don't recall seeing a visual of like gas coming out of either methane or LOX tanks on the booster. But normally loud vents at this point, given what we've seen, are not positive signs.
No, not really. So, if there was a
But there's still a chance, though.
Event, there's still a chance, yeah. And as Jay's pointing out in the back channel, this is not the only vehicle in Starbase that might be, or that was gearing up for testing today. They've also got Ship 39 over at Massey's, which is on the other side of Starbase, ready for a static fire. So maybe later today we will actually see some fire in Starbase. But as far as we've seen, they weren't ready for that yet either.
It does sound like they're still running the pumps a little bit here and there, though, from some of the other camp mics that I've heard, but I don't know. It definitely looks like it's dying down more and more and more, which I don't like that.
No?
I mean, they have until what? It was at 8 p.m. tonight, technically, with their
Yeah, they have
closure?
another 7 hours in the window. And knowing SpaceX, they can also extend it if they're so pleased to.
True, but also I think if they get to the point where the road reopens, that's it for the day. But that's not to say that we've seen signs of that yet. As far as we can tell, the road closure just past the production site is still firmly in place.
In the middle of the day, we've seen SpaceX, especially with it being Starbase being an incorporated city, they just extend the 8 p.m. thing all the way till 10 p.m. or something. Like if for some reason they need to extend it, they'll just extend it, and that'll be that. So, with it already closed, and if they think they can go again, they will try to go again. So they might be just doing a complete and utter recycle of everything, and then going at it again.
Can I say something really quick?
Sure.
There's a lot less vehicles at that road closure checkpoint now.
Yeah, and they didn't go to the pad.
No.
The fact that there's no build-up, no one's gone to the pad, I think this is a complete recycle. I think the best indications we have will be when... So you see that vent between those two large tanks over there? That vent all the way in the back? That's one of the methane recondenser vents, and if that shuts off, then along with the other one, then I would say that's a good sign, especially if that's preceded by the methane reclaim vent turning back on.
A lot could happen still. That's definitely true. They've got plenty more time in the window to recycle, to start all the way from scratch. So yeah, we're not completely sure what they're doing right now, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's over yet.
I see a little bit of venting out of that methane reclaim vent, but it's nothing like powerful or anything.
No, I'm seeing it too.
No.
But that wasn't there before, though, was it?
It's been like that a little bit for this entire time. I don't know.
Has it? Okay.
It looks like they're going back into like a standby mode, where they were before they started the methane reclaim vent and then went into full chill down. It's kind of what it feels like they're doing right now. They're just restarting, and then they might go ahead again. And I say that because usually by this point in time, things would be usually safe enough. And if they needed to safe everything to open the road as quick as possible, the drains would have been opened, everything would have been vented off quicker. But the fact that they're draining everything back and kind of resetting things, it tells me they're gonna go for this again. And the fact that there's like not a buildup of like cars ready to head to the pad or anything like that.
Okay. So while we wait, I'm still behind on the support queue. So I suppose I could just start going through that process again. Joachim, thank you for your support. Finn Yakamath, thank you for your support. Andrew, at least SpaceX don't name their rockets after old people's holidays like Blue Origin, acronym or not, I suppose. Bicefoot, regular here. Annette, thank you so much. One Wolf, thank you as well. Rupen is getting on about Alex potentially drawing a giraffe for one of the goals. Very interesting, and I agree to that. Oliver, shut up and take my money. And Stefan Dex, yes please. Also, Patrick Bob, again, thank you very much for your support. Alyssa, thank you. Revhead, thank you. Quiet Guy, you know, what are you saying, Max?
Oh,
Really
that's
quick.
the methane
That's-
drain line
Yep.
open.
Oh.
Okay. So they're dumping out whatever methane they have left, and wonder if I don't see the LOX one on right now, but that's the methane one.
I thought the methane one was on the northern side of the trench.
No, the methane, there's two ports. So you see the two triangle angled faces. One of them has each of them have a drain under them, and one of them's methane, one of them's LOX.
Got it. Okay.
And the methane one is running right now.
Sorry to cut you off, Marty, but I noticed that and I had to say something.
No problem. No, we're not really knowing what's going on here, so yeah, whenever we see something change and see something interesting, it's good to point that out.
They just like turned on the methane subcooler like crazy for some reason.
Is that what that big cloud was?
Yeah, that was that poof for a minute.
So I think it's safe to say they're not done for now.
No, it definitely seems like they're
This is
maybe
puzzling.
Yeah, recycling or something. But yeah, they're not just straight up detanking and calling it quits, I don't think.
No, not yet.
I don't know. We'll see here. See what happens.
Okay. In the meantime, Cooper, thank you for your support. RC Horseman, thank you as well. Telstar wondering if the neck of Alex's giraffe will be as long as his answers. We'll see.
Wow. Wow.
Panic Master, big fracking giraffe. RC is betting on Alex's drawing skills versus Jay's. Caraphilius, let's see the drawings. Just will, this needs to happen. North of Antarctica. North of Antarctica, this is the way. And FWD saying, "Oh dear, I fear SpaceX saw a few issues." Well, with the stuff we're seeing right now, it certainly does seem that way. RC Horseman's still supporting the giraffe, so I suppose that should be RC Giraffe Mountain then. But I'm not here to critique your name. Liam Prinsteg, also giraffe. Patrick Bob, thank you again. Illegast thinking, ibuprofen was a pretty cool named SpaceX piece of hardware. Yeah, that was a pretty cool thing that we saw when they were testing and building this launch mount. Alyssa, thank you very much. Ego Mets is wondering if the booster can get damaged if the deck deluge got turned on and the booster was still on the pad. And I believe this might be referring to the deluge on top of the pad, which we earlier discussed whether they would turn that on or not. So if they did, could that potentially damage the booster? Max or Ryan, do you have an idea?
They turned it on 2 days ago with the booster on there, and the booster seems fine to me. So
that seems like a clear answer then.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they've been comfortable turning that on, then the booster can certainly handle it. RC Horseman still supporting drawings. Let's go. Drunar, also thank you. Glyn Taylor gifted one Red Team membership. Thank you for the gift, and enjoy your Red Team membership for whoever got that. Wilbo Baggins, referring to the roadblock we saw earlier with the many Cybertrucks. 6 Cybertrucks you shall not pass. Pretty much indeed. Photon Empress is back. We're saying, I'm updating you guys to SpaceX naming. You are no longer NASASpaceflight. We're now Starspaceflight, SFF.
Nice.
I'm not sure we're the right people to make the call on our company name, but I'll
Jamie
keep
is
on the
though.
list with suggestions.
Jamie is though. Jamie has the authority.
Okay. I suppose we'll need to forward this to Daz and Chris and Kevin then.
Oh, vent.
That's a vent.
Oh, that's
booster
methane
venting
tank.
out.
Yeah, it's methane tank. Oh.
Okay, so this feels like depressed. Now the biggest question becomes: do they start back up after this is over?
Yeah.
Oh well, that wasn't much of a depress, but or do they open the road? That becomes the biggest question, and that's the lock strain on this server structure. We'll find out what they do. Either they fully depress and restart from the beginning, or they open the road. So we'll find out.
I mean, we should know either way pretty shortly.
Yeah, we'll know pretty shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
that would
not ideal, but that is certainly how just the game goes sometimes, folks.
It's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah.
That is how the cookie. Easy there, Bruce Almighty.
Stay classy, San Diego.
No,
And as
wrong
we always
movie.
say,
You're not wrong. Bruce Almighty, not Ron Burgundy, bro.
Well, if I want to be Ron, no.
If I want to be Ron Burgundy, no, you cannot be Ron Burgundy. Nobody can be Ron Burgundy.
But Ron Burgundy?
But Ron Burgundy, correct.
Okay. Glad we cleared that up.
But as we always say, we're glad that they're aborting tests when they see issues than just pressing through, because we've also seen tests go very, very wrong for SpaceX, but definitely also for others all around the world. And in that regard, I'm personally not too mad, although I would really have liked to see a test today. And I don't really like going through this all again and again. But on the other hand, it's much better to call it off when you see issues. Like it appeared that what SpaceX just might have done But we're keeping an eye on the booster and on the roadblock, and if that roadblock clears, then that seems to be a sure sign that they might be done for the day.
Yep.
But if not, perhaps there's a recycle in the books. Perhaps it's something they think they can fix by just starting over again. Just have to wait and see.
There's
look
a
at the signs.
specific truck with a tools trailer. If that shows up to the roadblock,
The game is still on.
no, not really.
Oh,
That usually means that it's going to be game over and they're going to open the road. But
Well, you know what, Ryan? You know what?
yes,
No, I got nothing. I got
Okay.
nothing. There was nothing there. It was empty. Okay, well,
Empty.
yeah.
Just like the booster will be in a bit. Oof.
The booster is empty
Uh,
now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it pretty much is, if we just heard Fenty. Okay. I suppose I'll just continue clearing the queue then. Because there's still
Yeah.
more.
the recondenser vents are dying off though.
Okay.
So I don't know. We'll see what happens here.
We'll see. Yeah. Ulysses wondering when we think we'll get flight 12.
Probably
think
probably
that-
mid-May.
Yeah.
That's my guess. Maybe second week of May. All depends on what happens in the next few days in this phase of testing with both Booster 19 and Ship 39. If all goes well and they're able to roll them back in time to get their final checkouts done before they get them back out to the pad for full stack testing, I would say second week of May is certainly on. But mid-May, I think, is the safest bet right now.
I mean, one of the quickest static fires to launch was the post-static fire of Booster 15. So the 15-2 at that point, it was its post-flight static fire, which happened on September 7th, and then it flew on October 13th. That's about the closest. And mind you, that was after having a pad they knew exactly what to do with. They didn't have to do any full-stack testing. There wasn't any test tanks to still do or anything along those lines. So even if we take that as the utmost quickest, we're still looking at mid-May, not to include everything else they still have to do with it. So end of May at this point. We're already at it's April 14th. We're mid-April and neither vehicle has performed
Don't say
a
that.
full static fire.
Ugh.
Like seriously,
Feel so
we're
old
mid-April and they haven't performed a static fire yet. So, I mean, I look at
That's very true.
that and I'm kind of like, eh.
I don't disagree with you. It will be a while before we see this thing fly. I would be very surprised if it is within a couple of weeks. So, yeah, no. Continuing with the support queue, Jamie has officially renamed us to Star Star Star.
What?
I'm not sure if that's legal because
Again?
that doesn't really work with the space shuttle in our logo. But thank you for your suggestion, Jamie.
Jamie! He's gone mad with power. Oh, dear.
Uh-oh.
And that's road open.
That is road open. So what do we think? Is that the end of super heavy testing for today?
That they wouldn't go and close the road again. Whatever happened, they want to take some time and look at it, whether it's booster or pad side. So I would say that is it for today, and there's still a closure for tomorrow. Let's just hope that I'm gonna cross my fingers and the booster transport stand doesn't roll up to the staging pad and they take the booster off.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna cross my fingers on that one. So yeah, And I know people probably asking as for Massey's, I know some people will see some venting over there. As far as I know, that's still tankers offloading LN2 and whatnot. The cranes have been slewing around, and there's still been work going on over there, so I don't know how... They may attempt to do one today, but it may not be till later today for Ship 19, just to kind of state that. So, yeah. Unfortunately, we did not get a booster static fire today. We had our first pad 2 abort during prop load. I mean, we had a lot of those with pad 1, but eventually it's got to happen. So hopefully I do tomorrow.
Alex in the back channel, don't do this to me. Alex says no giraffe, I guess. On the other hand, there might be a chance to have it tomorrow, which Alex is alluding to as well. On the other hand, on the other hand, Jay is saying technically they de-tanked, so it might be giraffe time.
They did have propellant in the tank.
Yeah. And Jay did promise a giraffe during detanking, or I guess after detanking maybe. So.
They're gonna do it.
They're going to do it.
Are we doing it on either side of the booster? Is that where we're doing it?
Yeah. Is this serving as the canvas now?
Yeah. I don't know.
Waiting with bated
there's
breath.
enough room on the screen for a giraffe, so
There certainly is.
there's this.
Oh, here we go. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, who is this? Is this Alex or Jay?
I think it might be Jay.
What in the world? That's an alpaca, not a giraffe.
That's an alpaca.
That was 100% an alpaca.
It's a bit more giraffe-like, I suppose.
That's still an alpaca. That is what in the world was that?
Whoa. Oh, there we go.
Oh, that's Alex. Oh, what?
Oh, dear Lord.
What?
No.
Listen, this is going very well, isn't it?
This is going very, very well.
So what's happening right now is Alex and Jay are trying to telestrate at the same time, but something in the system doesn't like it, and it seems to be breaking. So they're fighting each other for control. And
it's a fight for power.
Jay says try again, so maybe we'll shortly get another attempt on screen.
Yeah, I think one of them was a llama, and
yeah.
Look, I'm trying my best, okay?
Hey!
I'm trying my best because Jay is drawing as I am drawing as well, and so it gets quite complicated. Yeah, it drew some weird thing. Like I was trying to draw sort of in the left hand side of the screen while he was drawing on the right hand side, and I was like, what is going on?
Kevin saying I'm never letting Jay telestrate again. I'm going to change the password.
The problem is, like, as I was trying to telestrate, like draw my own giraffe, like the thing kept going to where he was drawing, and so that's why you saw those lines going across the screen, and I couldn't properly draw the giraffe. It was hilarious.
Wow. I think we're going
Anyway.
to need a referee who's keeping track of who's drawing.
I was drawing it on a different color. It was orange. You know, orange. International orange as well, if Jack is in chat. Just saying.
Jack would love that, for sure. Yeah.
And sorry for Budger in here, because it's like you all are doing the stream. But I thought, I would explain myself why happened what happened.
It's always great to hear you, Alex. So don't be sorry.
Anyway, back to commentary, I guess.
Will do. So thank you, Alex, for coming in. I guess there's still a bit in the support queue, and whatever's happening next, we need to clear that out. So I'll continue the mission I've been on for the last hour or so. Glyn Taylor, thank you very much. Crafty Geek saying it has become a sort of depressing week. Great for the pun token there. And I agree with this disappointing test. Ben Newbury. Status road open. I mean, that's what we just saw. Ben Newbury, thank you for your support. NACL 93, that's just table salt, but thank you for your support. JJ, also thank you. And again, table salt NACL 93, thank you for your support. Varia Lind, how close can we deploy a camera to the tank farm? I mean, we've got cameras all over Starbase, and some of them are closer than others. So, yeah, we're getting all the angles. Ethereal Swordsman, also thank you for your support. Lunar Mare Plains, thanks for your support as well. JJ, again, thank you. And Lunar Mare Plains wants the giraffes from today going into Twiz. I'll see what I can do. That's what I'm going to say about that. But that's the support queue cleared for now. So finally got through that. Thanks everyone for supporting, and I do want to remind everyone watching that you don't necessarily have to be supporting us financially. Also, just share, watch the videos and streams, like and subscribe. All that stuff helps as well. But of course, the financial stuff is also what makes streams like these and the launch streams we do all the time. It makes it all possible. So whatever way you're supporting, thank you so much. And just as I finish the queue, am I seeing this right? This is Patrick Bob coming in with a $500 tip, which is insanely generous. And is that another one? Thank you so much. That is insanely generous, Patrick Bob. And yeah, I cannot really express in words how generous that is. And we do certainly appreciate it, because as I said, this stuff makes it possible for us to do just scatter cameras around Starbase and roll out cameras to launch sites all around the world sometimes to make these streams and this coverage happen. So, where are we at? Just to summarize, SpaceX tried to test booster B19 today, and apparently they didn't like something in the process. They didn't like what they saw, so it seems that they aborted, and now the road to the launch site is open again. But there might still be more testing later today, because Starship Ship 39, I should remember how to speak. Ship 39 is out at Massey's, and the road to Massey's is apparently closed. And here we can see Ship 39 at Massey's, waiting to be tested as well.
I will put a caveat into this. I'm just going to say this right now. It is closed. We've gotten word that it looks like it's closed. However, as you can see, the auxiliary hook for the LR11,000 is still down right now, as crews are currently working on 18.3. But they may finish up what they're doing. Then a klaxon will sound at Massey's, telling the crew to clear out. Once the crew clears out and everything, then the tank farm will start. That'll be basically vaporizers going, stuff like that. And from the point at which you kind of start seeing the vaporizers going and whatnot, you're talking about 2.5 hours till a potential T0 for the ship. So right now, the tank farm won't go. There's still crews working at Massey's, but it seems like they are preparing to eventually clear out relatively shortly. So it kind of just sum up of where we're at right now with Ship 39.
All right. So yeah, there might still be testing today, just not Booster 19. And I do believe that we're expecting Ship 39 also to go for a static fire. If that is
so. Another big thing. Tomorrow's road and beach closure for the launch site has been upgraded to primary. So as of right now, SpaceX still plans to go again tomorrow. But of course, depending on what the issue is, we'll have to wait and see what SpaceX does. I'm hoping the booster does not come off the mount. That means that they'd likely go tomorrow. If not, then I obviously would push even more. But let's hope it doesn't, because I want a static fire. And if they intend to do any more testing, SpaceX will put out more closures. But as of right now, road and beach are open. That SpaceX experienced some kind of abort with 19. We don't know if it's tank farm or actual booster itself. And Massey's is starting to get in the gear of clearing out soonish. To hopefully test Ship 39. So maybe we won't go 0 for 3 today, Max. We're already 0 for 2. We almost had a triple header today, and now we're 0 for 2.
Yeah.
Like,
there was a strong potential for a triple header, but first it looks like Blue had to abort their hot fire attempt of New Glenn, and our way of confirming that was seeing one of Blue Origin's security boats come back into Port Canaveral. So that was 0 for 1, and obviously we just saw the abort of Booster 19's static fire test today, or what we think was going to be a static fire test today, and the road just recently reopened. But there is still hope. There is still a beacon. In that Ship 39 could be the one to break the curse today. But again, that is to be seen. Obviously, there are still workers present, but it sounds like there are some Cybertrucks over on Massey's Way, and the road may be in a state of closure, ish, kind of getting there, as Ryan was saying. But there's still a lot of time left to go, and of course, they can go well into the night with ships. So.
all right. Yeah, like you're saying, there is still plenty chance for another test today. Here at Massey's. So we'll just have to wait and see what SpaceX is going to do. So in the meantime, and while we're figuring out what to do next and what we're going to see next, I'd be interested in your ideas, Max and Ryan. Maybe start with Ryan first. What do we think could have happened? What could have been the thing that prompted SpaceX to abort this test?
I mean, it could have been a valve, like maybe in the service structure or something. Could have been a valve in the tank farm itself. Could have been a pump issue. Could have been a temperature thing. If it were a temperature thing, they probably would have recycled entirely. There could be something on booster they detected when they started the load prop. Maybe something was wonky with booster, and they need to take a look at it before they go any further. They just aborted it and called it a day. I hope it's not internal, because if it's internal to the booster, it has to come off the mount for them to get in. If it's internal to the booster, actually, it would likely have to roll back to the production site. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope it's something they can solve over the course of the rest of the day and tonight, and test tomorrow. So it could be any number of things, to be honest.
Fair enough. Yeah, this is a very complicated system. It's a complicated rocket, and the launch infrastructure is very complicated as well. I just said that word 3 times. But that also means that there are so many things that could go wrong. And like you said earlier, Ryan, this is like the 7th or 8th time that they've been tanking on this brand new pad. So they're bound to find out some issues, some new things that they haven't run into before, and it could be any of these that prompted the abort today.
Yeah, this was the 7th time they spun up to try to load propellant into this vehicle. You're bound to have issues, but it is kind of odd that it went basically perfect for 6 straight times, and then they ran into a problem. So it makes me wonder if it's booster side. I just hope it's nothing. I hope it's something that they can easily fix or something like that, because I don't want to wait any longer for a static fire. So yeah.
I guess we'll just have to keep an eye on the booster and see what they're doing with it. Like if they're taking it off the mount, then something's definitely wrong with the boosters, with the booster, and otherwise, yeah, if they don't take off the booster, it might have been something else, and they might have to fix something somewhere else. So yeah. With that, as we've just been discussing, we know that there's going to be more testing today at Massey's, which we're looking at right now. That is Ship 39, perhaps also getting ready for a static fire. There are some YouTube things that we have to deal with, because YouTube only gives us 3 notifications per day. And if we want to do these streams and have everyone notified that they're going up, we have to send out no more than these 3 notifications per day. And because of that, we're going to take a commentary break and give you some good views of Starbase and some... Oh, I pressed the button, the wrong button there, and muted myself. That was not very... That was not very professional of me. Where did I stop? So we're going to take a commentary break, and we'll give you some views of Starbase and some music from DJ KMR while we wait for the ship on screen, Ship 39, to spool up. So, yeah. With that, before we head into that break, thank you, Max, for being here.
Yeah, that was fun, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to hang out today. I know it wasn't the result that we wanted, but this is just the nature of the game that we play, and these things do happen. It is just the nature of the business, y'all. So with the closure tomorrow being moved up to the primary closure, maybe there is still hope for a test to be happening soon with Booster 19. But in the meantime, we still have to look forward to what may be happening later on today with Ship 39. So keep your fingers crossed, cross your toes, cross everything you got, and hopefully we can send some good vibes over to Ship later and break this curse, because we are currently 0 for 2 so far today with New Glenn and Booster 19. But maybe Ship can be a beacon. But hope we will find out in just a few hours' time.
That's very, very true. Thank you, Ryan, for being here as well.
It's a pleasure as always. Yeah, I was hoping to see Booster Static Fire today, but maybe tomorrow. I hope tomorrow at least. I don't really want to take it too much longer. And if they end up really going for Ship 39, which is what it kind of looks like with closing that road and whatnot, I will talk to you all later when that happens at this rate, and probably see everyone once again tomorrow, assuming they go for tomorrow as well. So, yeah, I'll be sticking around whenever they finally decide to actually test the ship.
I agree with all of the above. This isn't the first aborted test, and it certainly won't be the last. Thank you also very much to Jay, who has been producing in the background, pulling the strings, pushing the levers, and all those things. Like I said, we're not going anywhere just yet, because Ship 39 is still awaiting a test. So for now, we're going to take a break. I've been Marty. Thank you, everyone, for watching so far, but don't go anywhere. But be awesome in the meantime, and I'll see you after the break.
Hey everyone, back for a quick update. Yeah, so it turns out Massey's Way is actually not exactly closed. It's open right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that and see when it fully closes. So for when Ship 39 gets into some testing today, which we hope for some testing. Other than that, we are still going to do the Raptor side at the top of the hour, so in about 15 minutes. And we're going to pipe it into not only SPL, but this stream as well. So stay tuned for that. And we'll keep you updated on when we think we're going to have some Ship 39 testing.
5 in chat, everybody. You wonder why I'm laughing. I'll explain. First of all, let's just see you can actually hear me come through your microphone, your speakers even, that'll help. I'm the one talking through the microphone, you're the one who's got the speakers. That makes a difference, doesn't it? 505's in chat, let me know if you can hear me there first. There we go. Phew. That was third attempt, by the way. Because we're doing a stream across both the Starbase Live and the ongoing dedicated stream. We get basically a little few things to press. So that's what we're doing. We're going to do a Raptor as per normal because obviously there's been a bit of a delay with the expected static fire test for Booster 19 on Pad 2. As Ryan was saying in the actual dedicated stream, it's quite surprising because I've had days of nothing but trouble-free testing. So it's not really too much of a shock. Yes, Patrick, I see you. And I will get to you in a minute, Patrick. Patrick, he does it on purpose. I'm sure he does it on purpose. Amazing support, but then I get completely thrown about what I'm doing. I'll tell you what, let's introduce who we've got with us and we'll get to Patrick Bob, shall we? Elisa, hello Elisa.
Good evening, everybody. It's been an interesting couple of days.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, thank you, Elisa. Hello also to Jake.
Hey everyone, hope you're all doing really well, and yeah, not quite the result we wanted to see today with the booster, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, it's probably going to be, what, days delay at the most, so yeah, it's not all too bad.
Not a big deal at all, is it? No. And Ryan, again, still talking. I said Ryan could have a break, but no, Ryan's still here.
I don't want to break. I'm having too much fun. As much as it's, it stinks that Booster didn't static fire or didn't really do anything at all. I'm still excited for more testing and either later today and tomorrow. I purposely got a ton of sleep to pull a long day today, and here I am. I'm not going anywhere.
Bravo. Also, Roger. Hello, Roger.
Hey, Chris. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining again.
It wouldn't be a Raptide without Roger. I'm telling you that right now. It was a bit weird. We had a Raptide recently without you on, Roger. It just didn't feel right. Didn't feel right at all. It felt weird. Right. Anyway, let's get to. We'll get to Ryan's little jingle part where he updates us because Ryan's literally been watching it for the past several hours. But I do want to thank some people because this is crazy. And I do mean that in the best possible manner. The amount of support we get on these streams, it does help us do what we do. There's no two ways about it. We're not owned by some company, some big parent company where they're basically taking all the money. We're on it. We are independent. That's what I'm trying to say. We're independent. So what we get, we can reinvest in our team and what we do and all what we're providing you. So it does make sense. But again, I still get very surprised by this. Not least when you got Patrick Bob doing a $500 tip again. Right? It's not like the first one. If it was a one-off, the only time Patrick ever did it, that'd be crazy. But Patrick does it all the time. The message is to save and rescue the giraffes. Now, what on earth could that be about, Ryan Webber?
I don't know. It might have been the abominations that were drawn by one Jay Keegan and one Alejandro.
I don't know.
Alcatraz Romero. It might be that. Granted, I don't think it was really Alex's fault on that one because it kept jumping back and forth because I think they were both trying to draw it at the same time, and it just turned into his turned into like a bunny. Jay's looked like a llama or alpaca or something. It wasn't really giraffes, but I mean, it was entertainment at the end of a disappointing stream. I mean, the stream's still going, obviously, but it was at the end of a disappointing set where we didn't get a static fire on a booster. But that might be what it's about.
When I set up NSF 21 years ago, I thought, well, you know what? If we make a good go at this, maybe in 21 years' time, we'll have people drawing giraffes on live streams. That's what I honestly thought. That was my aspirations. We've made it, boys and girls. We've made it, finally. All these years of covering spaceflight, we finally got to the promised land of a drawn giraffe. I can't even say it, on a live stream. Wonderful. Photon Empress, that's Jamie. Become a flight engineer member, which is the highest level of membership. Speaking of which, 21 years ago, we're talking about real aspirations. Right. I was into shuttle, as you may have guessed. What a surprise. And the site was started as a shuttle site. It was funny because back in the days, NASA TV would live stream shuttle launches, and it was tend to be like very NASA TV, kind of like there was no bomber jackets or anything like that. There's nothing flash, and there certainly wasn't any telemetry on the screen. And she was the first person back with it's either Space Vidcast or TMRO, but that's what they basically name changed into. Had telemetry on the screen. It was like living in the future. Watching a shuttle launch, which actual MPH on the right side of it, what have you, it's amazing. Go back, you'll find it. You'll be able to find it on YouTube. It's an amazing live stream, and it was completely another level at the time. So I always remember that. Lunar Mare planes, a hydrogen seal leak. I think that's a question mark. We don't know, do we, Ryan? We don't know why they've not gone through with the tanking.
It could be any number of things. I think if it were a temperature thing, like some people I think I've seen suggested, I think they would have gone around and tried again. It could have been a seal problem. It's possible. It could have been a valve issue. Could have been a pump issue. Could have been vehicle side problem. Problem is, there's really no way to know exactly what the problem was unless SpaceX were to tell us, and they never tell us, so we can only speculate. If the booster ends up coming off the pad, then it'll be pretty obvious that it was probably something vehicle side. So we'll have to watch, as I said on the dedicated stream, we'll have to watch to see if the booster transport stand rolls over to the staging pad to take the booster off. I hope it doesn't, because I want to... that means tomorrow would likely be off the table, unless it would be later tomorrow. But hopefully it's something small and easy to fix. But I guess you had enough perfect tankings in a row, something was bound to happen. Can't be perfect all the time.
Just to be clear, Roger, I'll bring you on this one because you'll know the answer. Once they open the road, which we're seeing right now, a lot of people do ask, well, maybe they'll close it again later and try again later on the day. That tends to mark end of testing for the day, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what we've seen, that it's open. I think that's it for the day. They'll try to figure out, like Ryan was saying, they'll figure out what the issue was and work to correct it, and hopefully we'll start again tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Then Luna followed it with Marty handles the super chats as well as Alex and Jay in the giraffe drawing contest. I need to scroll back. I stepped away. I had a meeting to do. I stepped away during the giraffe situation. So I need to scroll back on the live stream and see what the heck was going on there. Grishu just says beep, which is a reference to our Artemis 24/7 coverage when we did interludes with a beep followed by a bit of an update and then a beep to finish, like the old QDAR tones kind of thing. We are thinking maybe not too distant future, especially with Starship getting more and more active as we expect with Block 3, to maybe use SBL and have that little occasional update. The old Raptor radio thing we tried for a bit when it got busy because we couldn't do like 24-hour day live streams, but we could at least pop on and just talk to the chat. Because I'm always in chat, I'm tapping away, but it is faster sometimes for everybody's benefit rather than just live chat. Just to pop on and have a little, a little 1 minute, 2 minute update. So maybe the beeps will return before Artemis 3, but they'll return on Starbase Live. How about that then? That sounds like a good idea. Everyone in chat's going, that's a great idea, Chris. Absolutely nobody's said anything.
Chris, I got a little thing. So I people probably heard about it when we were on the dedicated stream, but we said we were 0 for 2. Because we were expecting a New Glenn hot fire, of course, then a Booster 19 static fire, and then now we're kind of hoping for Ship 39 one. Well, Blue Origin just posted that they conducted a successful launch rehearsal for NG3, and they're targeting a hot fire for the vehicle tomorrow. So tomorrow still has another chance to go 3 for 3 if 19 still goes for tomorrow.
Oh, that reminds me, Ryan. What was the status of Ship 39?
It does look like crews have packed up at Massey's. The 11K looks like it moved out of the way. Lifts have gone down. I do see the LN2 side venting. I do not know if the road is closed. But if that road is closed and that is the start, then we are 2 to 2.5 hours away from something with S39. We'll definitely know for sure if they're really going for it. If the road is closed and we see the LOX box fan vent start up in it'd be about an hour or so from now. Maybe hour and a half.
I'm going to bring Jake in on this one because it is kind of interesting. I'm still trying to get my bearings at Masses. Jake, can you remind not only just chat but me as well, because I keep forgetting what on earth that structure is on the left-hand side of the ship.
So we don't really have an actual official name for it from SpaceX. We might get that one day, but basically it was used to simulate chopsticks squeezing on the ship, and they were at the top and the bottom of the structure. They were also had various lines connected to the flaps on Ship 39. And we think the reason for doing that, they used the lines to pull on the flaps during the cryo testing, and the reason we think they did that is to try and exert loads on the new flap motor system that we suspect is installed in the ship. There is still 2 other items installed on that structure that haven't been used yet. Not 100% sure exactly what they're for, but as soon as we find out, more about those, we'll let you all know about them.
Yeah, I think it looks good. I don't know why. It just does to me. It looks like it's almost like a purpose-built kind of support, like a fixed service structure almost for the ship. That's what it reminds me of.
Kind of is, yeah.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah. What?
Also,
Yeah,
we've been talking about giraffes, but let's address the elephant in the room. That was almost Sawyer level. That was almost Sawyer level. He'd be so proud of that. By noting that Patrick Bob, after his massive tip, then did, as you saw when we went live, 50 gifted memberships. Now, the funny thing is, I saw Patrick do that several times in the other stream as well. So I have lost count on the amount of members Patrick Bob has created on our channel today. Never mind overall the last month or so of him doing that. But Patrick, you have our appreciation. You know that because I've spoken to you. You have our appreciation, and it needs saying all the time. I've been on streams where it's different subject matters, and there's been like 400,000 people in the chat. It's something crazy, some big massive stream, and I've never seen people doing that kind of thing. You see the odd $50 super chat and what have you. You never see stuff you see in this channel, which is, almost embarrassing. But it's not, because it just shows that our community is amazing. It really is. And I say that without, I'm a Yorkshireman. I wouldn't say that as some kind of fluffy line. I say it because I mean it. Anyway, put it on screen. Might help if I display it as well, because I've only got the beep on there right now. There we go. John Mr. Coffee, who does one every single time. But that's just as big a deal because John's been doing the one every single stream for the past several years, probably, I think it is now. So that adds up as well. Luna's back as well. Convinced Patrick Bob is someone else special. I don't think it's Elon. I can't imagine Elon getting too carried away on a YouTube stream. If there was an X stream with super chats, which I don't think you can do, I don't know if you can do it on X. Maybe that be maybe it still wouldn't be probably right, but it might be more viable. I can't imagine Elon being too big on YouTube with his X stream, and you see being a rival to it. And by the way, we do both, and that's one thing we've always thought a good idea, Lisa, wasn't it? Where even Facebook as well now. We could just stream on YouTube. That's the main place people go for streams. Let's face it, it is. But we always do a stream on X when we can. As much as you don't get the massive viewers or anything like that, it's just something extra where people can have it on their phone. Maybe it's easy for their phone to display an X stream than it is a YouTube stream. So it works for them. But we also do it on Facebook as well, don't we, Elisa?
Yes, we started recently streaming on Facebook, and at least from the Artemis lighting stream, there are quite a few new friends there that enjoyed the stream. So we're happy to you join us wherever you prefer.
Indeed. Right, questions, lots of questions. I think we are getting questions, Jay promised me, from both streams, both the Starbase live stream where we're doing this Rapside. We always do Rapside here Tuesdays and Thursdays at 2 p.m. Central Time. But also, we've still got the live stream going on the, what was going to be a static fire stream. Wasn't meant to be a static fire stream. So if they're asking questions over there, they should be coming through to my panel over here anyway. So hopefully, if a question's been asked over there, it's come over here as well, and you both streams can hear me. S1Y asks, that's the username. Is there a single pipe on the? Oh, here we go, Jake. Pipe question. Is there a single pipe on orbital launch mount 2 or the tower that gets frosted to indicate prop load, or is it hidden now?
That's all pretty much hidden under the extensive amount of shielding they got there. Yeah, we don't really see that sort of stuff anymore now.
Very good.
Ship?
Oh, the ship, yeah. Oh, yeah. But there's the pipe that runs up the tower that we can see. But for the booster side, yeah, we don't see anything there.
And
No.
a tower vent too for ship, because that's still there.
That's the point as well. We've not yet seen the ship quick disconnect in action yet because they've not had a stacked vehicle yet. It's got to be a stacked vehicle because you can't have the ship on itself, but it's hanging in the air.
We have. Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
I was going to say they have flowed not only liquid oxygen but also liquid methane through that QD so far, or at least up to the arm itself and onto the arm. I haven't seen if the QD plate has been purged yet. My guess is that it has. We just haven't seen it because it's kind of hard to always have a camera looking straight at it.
Actually, the QD plate itself, they wouldn't have. I don't think they've flowed anything to it yet because the two supply lines, the two main cryo lines, they're actually totally disconnected at one end.
Oh, well, there you go.
There you go, Ryan. Brandon, will SpaceX do a belly flip and then a catch when they catch spaceship, or is that a lot of smoke? Well, we've seen the CGI. We've seen what it actually does over the ocean. I assume, Ryan, it's going to be like that over the pad. The old flip and burn.
Yeah, you're gonna get a flip and burn like right over the tower, and then it's gonna come right into the sticks and get caught. It's gonna be some of the wide shots of it coming back down and getting caught. It'll bring back some memories for those who were here watching the suborbital hops. It'll definitely bring back some memories, except for this time it won't be landing on a landing pad. It'll be caught between sticks, and it won't be a ship that had launched on its own from a pad, but a ship that just re-entered from orbit. So it'll be a little bit different, but it'll still bring back some memories. That's for sure.
And speaking of memories, I recall as you were talking about that, you'll find them on our old streams. Go back to the old SN hops with the old flip and burns, the 10-kilometer belly flops and what have you. There was always a wide shot from Mary that really caught my attention because the wider shot gave you a good context on how late it leaves the flip. It's going to surprise a lot of people out there watching these things coming back to the towers, especially with the context of the tower being quite tall. It is going to look like it's going to crash into the tower. I really do believe that. Just basically, merging the two visuals of what it was like during the high altitude hop tests, and then adding the tower to the mix, it's going to look quite spooky to a lot of people. I actually do think now when the first tower catch from the booster occurred, I thought it was a bit late with the burn. That was my live reaction in my mind. Although, of course, it was perfectly normal. It's just the way that the thrust works. It can slow it right down. And it was very surprising. I think Falcon 9s are the same, aren't they, Elisa? When they come back for landing on a drone ship, the wider views we sometimes have seen, we obviously now just get the deck views, but the wider views we used to see, the landing burn is quite late. And the thrust of the engines, but the one engine, in fact, just slows it down to an incredible pace from 1,000 kilometers an hour, I think it is.
Yeah. I mean, even with the close-up views that we see, I mean, it starts like the landing burn. I think starts like 10 seconds before it lands. I mean, you can see it in the various clips of the various launches we had even this morning. I mean, it's shocking how soon it is.
It really is. But that's going to be so much fun at the same time. I'm not seeing that as a negative. I'm seeing it as a positive because it's going to be visually spectacular to the point that it's enough for mainstream media that would not normally cover rockets unless it's a major event or a disaster. That's the things they cover. We all know that. There's nothing being derogatory about mainstream media. That is just their brief. I think this will be a visually spectacular thing that's also successful. They'll want to show because it's something that looks great. So I'm really looking forward to a lot of new fans getting into rockets because of that. That's what I honestly believe will happen. Maybe I'm being too optimistic there, but I honestly think people want some good news in the news these days. You know what? Maybe. Matt asks, what is the latest on the floating catch tower? No, I know what you mean by that. You mean the converted oil rigs. Whatever happened to the converted oil rigs, Ryan? They bought them, didn't they? 2 of them. And they were starting to convert them. Then they basically just stopped, and I think they sold them on again. Roger. Hang on, Roger knows. I'm going to give Roger a chance. Sorry, Ryan, because all the other questions are going to come to you, so I might as well give Roger a question. Roger, what do you know about the floating oil rigs?
As far as I know, they gave up on that and they sold the rigs.
They still use parts of them though.
Do they?
By the way, wasn't it? I think it was Pad 1's drawworks were from one of them. But I think they're upgrading the drawworks at this point because they scrapped that entire back end of it. But they used some of the drawworks for the towers for a little bit, so they didn't entirely give up on them. But they're gone now. So,
I mean, Jake, do you think? So let's go to the future about 3 years' time. We'll have 2 towers, 2 launch sites at Starbase. We'll have 1 at 39A. We'll have 2 at 37. Is there still a need for additional capacity in the form of offshore platforms?
Yeah, I think that's very much a thing that could make a return in the future. I mean, just look at all the plans that SpaceX have got. They want to establish the base on the moon, establish a base on Mars. They got great big Starlink constellation. They got the AI sat constellation. I mean, that's going to require a significant amount of launches. So I think they're just going to need as many launch pads as they can, and I think some of those are going to have to be out on offshore platforms.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Telstar86 has gifted a Red Team membership. Thank you very much, Telstar. I see your name all the time as well. Carson Craig, 55. What's the update? All right, fair enough. Let's do a quick update for those people who are joining late, maybe, which is not surprising. I don't expect everybody to be on these streams all the time, 24/7. So Ryan, a quick update. Basically, what's happened? What? Hang on.
As soon as you say update, I noticed
Yeah.
the Locks Box fan started at around 2:21 p.m. over at Massey. So 4:30, 5 o'clock, maybe for a Ship 39 static fire.
Say that again. I
here's
missed the
update.
timing. What's the timing, Ryan?
4:30, 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time for a
Ooh.
possible static fire of S39.
Okay.
Box fan is running. So Massey's is likely closed, and then some of the other venting you see off to the left there is the Locks pond they've got off to the side of the ramp. So as for an update, for just to kind of recap everything, SpaceX spooled up the entire tank farm at the launch site. They got into prop load, but stopped pretty quickly into prop load. Some kind of abort. We don't really know what happened. There was nothing obvious as to what possibly caused the abort, but they drained what they had put into the booster. They safed the booster and the tank farm. They're kind of just recondensing what they've got left right now at the launch site and whatnot. Booster did not static fire today as we kind of expected it to. As of right now, tomorrow's road closure is the primary, but we don't know if they're going to use it. We're still kind of waiting to see what they do with the booster, if it has to come off the mount or if they just got to do some work on it or what's going to happen. So that's still up in the air. As for Ship 39, as I just said, Locks Box fan is running. Which means we could see a static fire here within the next 2 to 2.5 hours, give or take. Or actually, even less than that. It might even be an hour and a half or so. I have to go look back at timings, and then even before both of those, New Glenn. We thought it might have done a static fire today, but it didn't. It did, I guess, a launch dress rehearsal, and tomorrow's the static fire for it. So tomorrow could be a triple header as well if they decide to do another one on 39 and if 19 goes. So we were 0 for 2 today. Maybe we'll end up 1 for 3, and maybe tomorrow we'll go 3 for 3. There's your update.
Very good. Thank you very much for the update. That makes an interesting situation where we may end up having this stream we're live on, the dedicated stream, converted into a Ship 39 static fire stream. I'll have to pin a comment saying, scroll past the first 6 hours to get to where something happened. Because they'll be like, oh, I'm going to click on this. It's Ship 39 static fire. And they're going 5 hours into it. They're going, we're just still looking at the booster. Why are we not looking at the ship? Oh, dear. Noah Boussier B is his name. Assuming Flight 12 occurs during the first week of May, possible but tight. That's what I'm saying. And it goes smoothly. When will Flight 13 happen realistically, optimistically? Thanks. Good question, really, because it does come up quite a few times that if Flight 12 goes, it doesn't have to go 100% success. It just needs to go well without any major kind of like where the FAA needs to have an investigation failures. If it goes well to that point, then the readiness, Jake, first of all, goes to Ship 40, which looks pretty much ready for cryo, and then booster 20. Do you have the booster 20 status?
Yeah, well, booster 20, it's still in multiple parts in between Mega Bay 1 and Star Factory. They've fully stacked the whole LOX tank, but they haven't started stacking the methane tank yet, so that booster is not going to be ready for any sort of testing for quite a while yet. And I think I'm fairly sure. I think most of the focus is on B19 at the moment, so B20 stacking is just sort of dragging out. So I don't expect Flight 13 to be particularly soon after Flight 12, even if everything goes perfectly with Flight 12.
Very good. Coco Cats. I exercise my legs every time I hear the intro. That's a super chat, everyone, by the way. So I'm reading it out. You know what? I do a bit of foot tapping to the SpaceX live stream music, which is Starship. What is it? Test. What's the name of the person who does the SpaceX live stream web music? Starfish.
Test shot Starfish.
That's it. I knew it was something like that, which is really good. I'm into heavy metal, but I find that music really good. So fair play to him. But thank you for that. Thank you for super chatting that. Carson Craig's back. What's the smoke coming out of the Launchpad about? Okay, that's fair enough because you have a lot of people who come. I've seen people actually, friends who have come round and have seen venting and go, "Why is the smoke coming out of it?" And you have to explain that it's venting, don't you, Roger? It's basically the how cool it is, and it's basically just being vented out of the vehicle.
Yeah, it's like I say, very, very cold. It's amazing, that they can get all this plumbing to work at those cryo temperatures. It's, I kind of make the point to people I talk to. The rockets are one part, but all this plumbing to get this fuel in, and how fast they do it is just fascinating. But yeah, there's all kinds of venting that goes on everywhere of different types. I know, Ryan, you probably go in depth into what each one does, but it's all part of the game.
Yep. October Sky, by the way, one for you, Ryan, 'cause I know you mentioned it a few times, wants to know, how does the acoustic igniter work?
So assuming they're using acoustic igniters, which I don't really know what other igniters they would use to cause that much of a loud bang. Basically, there are no moving parts. It's kind of like a very finely tuned cone per se that when you flow supersonic gas through it, it'll hit a specific resonance, which can vibrate that gas and or heat it up and cause it to ignite, creating an ignition source, basically. If I remember correctly, I gotta read up on it more, but that's essentially what it does. It basically lights off gases based off of resonance and supersonic velocities through it. But there's no moving parts. It's not like there's like a torch or anything like that on it. So
Yeah, it's interesting. I wouldn't mind SpaceX. Well, we might get them, We might get the orbital launch mount camera we always enjoyed seeing during the slow motion liftoffs from Pad 1. I'm sure maybe during the static fire, we'll have that replay from SpaceX. It's the kind of flex they like to put out there on social media. So I'm looking forward to the potential of that happening at least. I'm just thinking now at the bottom half of the hour of the Raptor side, maybe it'd be a good idea if I went to present now, because we've got a lot of posts to get through, and quite a lot of it's about Starbase. So let's start with that if we possibly can. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's working. Look at that, first time as well. I thought that was a good one to start with. That is the crew of Artemis 2 celebrating their arrival back, along with their mascot, which Reed's been keeping a very close hold of. Apparently, he was meant to leave it in Orion, but he decided to take it with him, which is fair play to him. He's the commander; he can do that. Again, that's no surprise, John Krause photograph, who now works for NASA. I keep saying it; it's like so amazing that John is now working for NASA with Jared, and it's really awesome, by the way. Then we had this was, I believe, the first test. We've had quite a few tests lately, so forgive me if I'm getting the wrong order here, but this was the start of tank farm activity for that first test. I didn't put day 2 in any of this, so I presume it's the first test. We did a live stream for it. There we had a prop load. We all got very excited again because it was a fast Block 3 prop load that we're getting used to now, where the entire booster loads within 30 minutes, which is bonkers. Then we had the frost line for the methane. Then we had the possible, it was the first test. It's a possible spring prime test. It was very hard to see because of the deluge system, and that is going to be a challenge on all kind of tests, bar the static fire, which will be very obvious. Ooh. Although the igniter test itself was actually visible. We'll be able to show you that in a second because I'll be scrolling up towards it. Then we had
do another oop.
Go on.
So the CH4, the methane subcoolers are starting to chill down now at Massey's as well. I'm going to revise it a little bit. I'm thinking around 4 p.m. at this point because it's around 40 to 50 minutes from when the methane reclaim and box fan starts till you get frost. It takes about 20 minutes for them to load. Then there's that 10-minute waiting period. So I guess 4 p.m. give or take, maybe a little bit after. But we're still trying to nail down Massey's here because it's a new tank farm setup. But yeah, S39 might have a static fire here in the next hour and a half to 2 hours, or maybe hour and a half.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving quickly up to this one here. We had a comparison to the heat shields we've seen on Artemis 1 and Artemis 2. There was a post from Eric Berger who pointed out that one of the photographs showed what looked like a white area on the TPS. And to be fair, you know, that was something worth pointing out. Jared immediately replied, to be fair to him, that they were still doing the analysis and they can't really comment on it. But basically, the conclusion was it was no major concern. So we're okay there. And everything we've seen so far has been no panic signs compared to Artemis 1, which did have some pitting, and that was a concern, which is why they changed the trajectory for the return of Artemis 2, by the way. This was funny. This was Daily Hopper. Daily Hopper was well known for doing very fun Starship and Starbase tweets and cartoon-type graphics, which is like this one here about the ISS wanting to go around the moon as well. Nope, not happening. Then we had the conclusion of day one's testing. We had a flyby of 39B. That mobile launcher is due to depart, by the way, very soon, which is weeks ahead of what it was on Artemis 1, which is preparations for Artemis 3. The SRB segments are now arriving into what's called surge at KSC, where they get prepared ahead of moving to the VAB, where they'll be stacked on the mobile launcher again. And that's when they'll do SRB build-up, which is the first part. The external tank of the core stage, as my shoulder is coming through there, the core stage of Artemis 3 SLS, part of it's been built in the VAB. It's part of their new processing, but the 2/3 part is still built at Michoud, and that is moving from Michoud on the 20th. It'll go on the Pegasus barge from New Orleans all the way to KSC, into the turn basin, so we'll see it on Space Coast Live. And then we'll basically see them do the mate inside of VAB and finish that off. And then they'll start getting ready for stacking that. So Artemis 3 is not that far away. Yeah, it's not this year, but it's not that far away. So we're very excited about all that. And then we had Elisar. Someone called Elisar. Who's that? That was Elisar's time lapse. Look at, Elisar, you did a time lapse of the tanking. Look at this. Very nice. Again, it's only 30 minutes worth of time lapse. But it just shows how fast it fills. It's really cool. Then we had the latest summary video, I believe it was, which I believe was pinned. Actually, we don't pin the live stream, so it's not pinned anymore. But it's on our channel. If you have not seen it yet, it's in our channel. Then we had the upending, they call it. Upending. It's a Blue Origin thing. They call boosters tails as well. They call them tails, not boosters. But they call it upending. And that was for its static fire test. That was going to be taking place today, but it's now going to take place tomorrow, which is fine. More moon photographs from Artemis 2. I'll be very surprised if there's not a lot more content to come, because a lot of it was all downlink and working on bandwidth constraints. I'm sure the crew had many SD cards that are now getting put through the GSC computers ready for release. There's Blue Origin again. And then we had the second day of testing. Now, this testing did the tanking again, and that was the visible sign of it. The camera we had on the other side mainly showed the kind of like the whoosh from the actual power of the igniters firing into life. But this side, as spotted by the Starbase tracker guys on our Starbase live cameras, showed the actual brightness of it, which was quite impressive. And there's a replay of it here. There, you see the little flash? I'll go back. Oop, there.
I tell you, what's impressive as well with it is the size of the shockwave that just the igniters couldn't create as well.
I know. 33 engines. Wait till you see that thing fire up. Give me something else. And that was a view we were showing live. You can actually, it's a different kind of view, so it's still useful. But you can see the deluge coming to life. Here we go. And then we'll start seeing the little shockwave that Jake was just talking about in a second. There. My voice might not be in sync with the video, by the way, but either way, so you could see it there. I'll leave it playing so everyone gets to see it. There we go. Then we had, Firefly, who are working with Northrop Grumman. This is a replacement for Antares. People don't know what this rocket is, and they're calling it Eclipse. They're giving it a new paint job, but I really like it. It looks really cool. And that'll be coming to Wallops. So that's going to be fun to watch. And then we had, that was what I asked you for, Alyssa, wasn't it? I was saying during the live stream on the second day of testing, it'd be very cool to do a comparison with the tanking of a Falcon 9 compared to Starship, given that Falcon 9's booster diameter is pretty much the same as the transfer tube inside the actual Starship Super Heavy booster. So that was a comparison between the two. The amount of propellant, is it 10 times, Ryan? 10 times the propellant?
At least over 10 times the amount of propellant, basically.
And it just shows you what Pad 2 can do as far as loading this vehicle. It's really impressive. There is Jeff with his lovely photograph of New Glenn. It's a great looking rocket, I must admit. The pad's impressive too, by the way. It's a real weird one. It's got like one big lightning tower, one big integration tower, which acts as a second lightning tower, and that's it. Most of the pads have like 3 lightning towers and maybe a fixed service structure in the middle. So it's very unique. It's a very unique looking pad. There's Firefly talking about their next plans for the Blue Ghost Mission 2. I need to write this up, by the way. We had a lot of moon news recently. I think I should write everyone's up into an article, so I'll probably work on that when I get a chance. There's Elisar with another roundup of the day's testing for Test Day 2. There's more moon news. This is Blue Origin with their, what was it called? The Air Pioneer. It's a very good-looking lander. But that is about ISRU, which is where they can basically take the regolith of the moon and melt it to the point it can extract the oxygen into propellants, into breathing oxygen and what have you. So it's a very interesting concept that will be very useful for a future moon base, especially the early days of it. Then we had, Max spotted the differences between the engines on what is a reused booster. And it was well pointed out there. I think David Lint replied to that. There we are. Yeah, good question. With our first refurbished booster, we elected to replace all 7 engines and test out a few upgrades to include a thermal protection system on one of the engine nozzles. We plan to use the engines we flew for NG2 on future flights. So it's a reused booster, but not reused engines, but the engines are going to get reused. And to be fair to them, this is really impressive because this is right in the early days of the flights of this vehicle. Then we had a launch roundup. That's currently the article on site right now, at the top of the site, I should say. Then we got Ship 39 testing, getting busy there. With Frost on the vehicle, someone called Jake. I wonder who that is.
No idea who that is. Never
Who
heard
is
of him.
that? Who is he? I retweeted him. Then we had David Limp showing a daytime photograph of New Glenn. I tell you, there's a lot of tweets. Always a lot of tweets on a Tuesday. If you're not used to Raptor sides, this is basically, it usually takes forever because I do a lot of posting. Then we had day 3 testing. I think. Oh no, this was Starlink 1024. That was this morning, wasn't it? I can't remember the time of day it is. It was this morning. Yeah, it was. T-minus 20-minute event, and that was the launch and landing. That all went very well. There's the launch itself. That was some Slick 40. Some good photographs here I'm going to show you because I don't mind showing them. From Caesar. If you're an L2 member or a member of our like Capcom and above, you get to see like collections of photographs every single day from all our photographers. It's like a big sort of like fire hose of content. But I always put a few out here. Just going to show you all. You get some nice, lovely quality photographs. Look at how shiny that is. So shiny. Then we've got Josh noting that we're getting ready for testing on the 3rd day of testing, which we're on right now. That was a great video showing them open the hatch once Orion Integrity had landed in the Pacific Ocean. It really is cool. I can't play the volume on it, but you can basically just hear them all cheering and saying, "Welcome back home." It is cool. You get to see inside it as well. I was surprised how that hatch is so bulky, yet it seemed to pop out like it was very lightweight. That caught me out a little bit. But this is cool. I'll fast forward it a little bit because you get to see the crew and how small it is inside. I mean, it's bigger than like what Apollo was, but it's still pretty small inside there. Look at that. That's the space they had.
It's such an awesome video, this.
Isn't it?
I've rewatched it so many times already.
To be fair, I'm on about 50th rewatch now myself. Got 127,000 likes. So that's paid for Reed's expenses to get back home from Houston. He probably lives in Houston compared to him. He probably lives in Houston. Most of the astronauts do actually live in Houston. Then we had Jacqueline departing ahead of the launch date. Now, I would suspect the launch date might now be moving to Saturday. It's currently Friday, but I suspect with the static fire not happening today, it might move to Saturday. Let's wait and see. We don't know for a fact yet. We only know that they've said on publicly, they said they're going to do a static fire tomorrow. There's Jacqueline. Jacqueline looks really cool, by the way. That was great because it was a little passing the launch site. LC-36. I think Ryan did something funny here. Yeah, the two machines were a bit closer to one another on Friday morning. He was trying to portray the booster on the deck. Very clever, Ryan. There's Max out there. Max had a great camera view, by the way, so hopefully we'll get that tomorrow as well, because that was a great view of the vehicle. So when it does static fire, we'll really see it. That's a time lapse. Matt did a time lapse this time. It's either Matt or Elisa with the time lapses. It was Matt this time with the departure of Jacqueline from Port Canaveral. There's Matt again with, these are things I requested, so thanks to Matt for this, because I saw this live on Starbase Live. I said that would make a really good time lapse with the sun rising behind the booster, and it really was really nice. Then we had Jake again with a possible pre-flight testing the booster 19. Poor Jake, you jinxed it, Jake. It never happened.
Yeah,
Why do they keep recommending me Rochdale Football Club? Oh.
I wonder why.
For those who don't know, we're in a title race with them. There's Ryan with pointing out that Amazon's trying their own Starlink direct-to-cell rivalry. What a surprise. But, fair play. And SpaceX, especially Elon, they don't mind competition. I've noticed that. They tend to be like, fair enough, bring it on. They always have been like that, haven't they?
They're launching Amazon Leo sats. Because they're getting money out of it. I don't really think SpaceX, and I don't think they really care that much about it. It drives more competition means they might drive the price up more, which means they earn more money off Starlink. So I don't think they really care that much.
Yeah. And you're right, because if you think about it, Starlink has really got it. It's hit the ground running. Let's put it that way. No one's going to be catching up with them any day soon. Especially this is it. Segue. Especially with Starship starting to launch Starlinks in the future. I mean, you're looking at Starship launching the amount of satellites in one go that it will take a rival company to launch in 10 goes. It's ridiculous, really. So they're probably thinking, we want the market, but good luck trying to take much of a market off us. This was great. This was the anniversary of STS-1's landing 45 years ago. This video, we're talking about the Orion hatch opening. I've seen this clip thousands of times. I really have. This is ingrained into my brain. Amazing conclusion to STS-1. And I do remember the line. I didn't have to Google it. It was from memory. It was Captain John Young said, "Do you want us to take it to the hangar, Joe?" And Joe Allen, who was Capcom, "I think we're going to dust it down first." That's a line that's embedded into my memory. It really is wonderful. It was just because it was the test flight. It was a crewed test flight, the first flight of this vehicle. I mean, you would never see that happen again. The first launch of a vehicle, especially as complex as shuttle, with a crew on board, never will happen again. It really was. Bob Crippen and John Young, what absolute legends. There's Jared talking about nuclear power in space. Well, absolutely. I mean, Roger, let's go back because we like our history, don't we? They've used RTGs, as they call them, on spacecraft to Mars and what have you. I mean, it's not like it's going to be like a first time they're going to be sending a nuclear power into space. It's just something we've kind of lost track of, haven't we? We've kind of like not really pushed forward with it, and Jared wants us to return to that kind of power source.
Yeah, and they were even using nuclear power on the EVAs for the Apollo missions. I remember it was, on the EVA, they'd have to go out with this special long probe to bring the radioactive material out and put it into the generator itself. So it's been out there. It's, Mars missions, deep space missions. So handling that isn't new, just, putting it out in big enough power and big enough engines to get the thrust to be useful for a spacecraft. I mean, for a human-rated spacecraft.
I mean, I like everything Jared's proposing, especially with his acknowledgement of the budget challenges, which we all feel less nervous about because the way it works in politics is that it's a bargaining chip, and they negotiate it back up to where it probably should be. So that's not a terrible thing when you see that initially, because it's what in the end happens is what counts, and it usually gets reallocated properly. So we'll get to see a lot of these Jared plans, along with the efficiencies and the schedule improvements that he's portraying, And if anyone's going to be able to do it here, it'd be Jared. So I'm very positive about the future on that. I have always said I do sound like a fanboy, and you know what? So what? I think he's great. I really do think he's great, and I'm not gonna lie by saying, "Oh, let's be objective and just say, well, this is good, this is bad." Honestly, everything he's come out with so far, I've agreed with. Oh dear. Then we had, oh, look at this, Inception. Look at this. I think this is the live stream of the Booster 19 test day 3, and we're actually live streaming what we're doing right now. That's spooky. Look at this. Oh dear me. Then we've got Colleen was out there, Booster 19 from the day of testing. We nearly had some frost. Look at this. I got really excited when I saw this photograph. I thought, oh, we're proper loading already. Great. There's the update from Blue Origin, noting that they conducted a successful launch rehearsal for NG3, which is kind of clever wording. But they do say now targeting a hot fire for the integrated launch vehicle on Wednesday, April the 15th. That's tomorrow. And
Wink,
that's the
wink.
end of the run then.
Yeah. Wink, we are now targeting that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cleverly worded, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every company does it, so it's no problem there. We could present now. Thank you, we have to. I was behind the stream there. Chazzy wants to know, I know rockets are hard, but what could happen in 24 hours to cause a prop load issue? You said pop load. Let's not talk about pops and Starship. A prop load issue from yesterday. Is it the temp changes messing things up? So you were talking on stream, Ryan, about the potential why they were delaying it. Maybe it was the temperature of the propellant. I mean, that's one possible thing, isn't it?
I mean, for a prop load issue, all you need is one valve just to not want to valve. Like, I'm not even kidding. All it takes is one valve to go, nope, I'm not opening or closing today. I'm going to be difficult and dumb, and then it aborts the whole thing. That's all it takes. Doesn't take much to stop it all. So, yeah. I mean, just at, like, what, the... I know SLS has had issues. Like, the SLS is the perfect example. They had a perfect wet dress rehearsal. Perfect. And then the next day, we learn about the helium problem. Literally, next day. Not even 24 hours later, like 12 hours later. It's like, oh, we got a helium problem. We got to roll back. It's just valves are a pain in the butt. QDs are a pain. Seals can be a pain. It's mechanical things break. I don't really know what to tell you. Things break, things happen. It's just kind of the thing is we don't really know what happened.
Ryan, I was just thinking about your day job. Mechanical things break.
Yeah,
you sound like a pain of experience there.
Oh yeah, absolutely pain of experience.
Anyway, planes land themselves, Ryan. That's why planes just land themselves. Apocalypse Cow, Danger Moo. So if igniters are like spark plugs, right? Why do they need to load propellant to test them? I'm sure I'm misunderstanding. Ryan, back to you again.
I think they just load propellant to test them to so they have more experience in loading propellant. I think that's why they've been doing it with Block 3. In theory, with those igniters, all they should need to do is load the correct COPVs with the right gases, and then do that. But they may need to close the road anyways for these because of how powerful and how loud and these igniters are. Because imagine this road is open and that tanker and these cars are going by, and all of a sudden they fire those igniters off without a deluge or a DSS. Imagine they try to do that, or even just with the DSS. That's going to scare the living daylights out of anyone on that road if you get that kind of a pop. So that's probably why they do it with their road closed, and then they just load the propellant so they get more practice with it. I don't know what they're going to do in future. They may find a way to just close a section of the road when they go to test it, but for now they're using the opportunity to do more prop loads.
Evil Chris's mind was listening to say that as a biker, push biker was passing by the pad on the live camera.
Right.
And I was thinking that'd be quite funny.
Boom! Bike's going by.
Oh dear.
It might be a decent shockwave against your chest too. That's a decent amount of power out of 33 of those. I wouldn't want to be next to that. Would you? When those go off?
I might actually. It's a bit like those people who go to that strange short runway where jetliners land and they all get done by the jet engines as it lands. I can forget the island, San Tropez or something. I can't remember what it was called, but people literally go there just for the experience of being knocked over by the landing jets. Oh dear.
Or
me.
that poor digger with the deluge system a couple weeks ago.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That brought back memories of the Soyuz train cab that basically had to reverse as well while it was launched because he got too close. There's loads of examples of that. I think it's kind of funny. J1's become a Pat Red member. Welcome, J1. And then became Pat Red member again. It's two of them. That's weird. You can't. It must be the same message because you can't do it twice. In fact, it's definitely repeating itself because Farquhar's become a launch director twice. That's not possible. So thank you, Farquhar's, for becoming a launch director all the same, because one of them is enough as it is. So that's very much appreciated. We've got loads of questions. We'll never get through them. People who may be new to this, probably thinking, I asked a question but never got answered. St. Martin, that's it. That's the place. There's loads of people who probably thinking we're ignoring questions. We're not. We just can't get through them all. The one thing I will say about this community is if you've got a question, the chances are there's always someone in chat who can answer it for you. There's a lot of very thoughtful and informed people in chat. I've noticed that all the time when I've been basically just browsing through and just watching the stream, not being involved. And you see chat and you'll see people come into chat, ask a question, and 3 people have answered it within like 3 minutes. It's crazy. So you don't need us talking and answering questions. You'll find there's people in chat who may be able to give you just as good, if not better, answer to those questions. So I always use that philosophy that you don't have to have it read out, or you don't have to have it, someone on a microphone telling you it. On that bombshell, I think we'll call out a Raptor. There is one final question that I'll answer. There's a nice little end question here from D.A. Swanson. Will there be a dedicated live stream if all the indicators point to a potential Ship 39 static fire at Massey's? Thank you. Well, we're still live on the other stream, aren't we, Ryan?
Yeah, we're live on the other stream. In fact, I'll just kind of say it right now. As soon as this Raptor side's over, go right over to that stream. We're going to start commentary right back up because Ship 39 is going to be getting pretty close to prop load soon. So just go right back over there as soon as we're done here. Yeah.
Yep, that's a stream that's pinned. It's still pinned as Booster 19 testing in chat. So what I'll do is I'll replace the pin with Ship 39 testing. I'll then speak to Jay Keegan about the likelihood I should probably change the thumbnail in the live stream to Ship 39 testing, because we've got loads of thumbnails in reserve. We can just swap them around. And then everyone will be back online. But once the stream is finished and it gets archived, I think I'll have to pin a comment in chat just saying, yeah, you're going to spend several hours watching Booster 19, but it's about Ship 39. I'll leave a timestamp for them so they can go through to where it is. I always forget to do that. Sometimes you'll see people do it in chat and I'll pin that comment because I've forgotten to do it. So it is appreciated when people do that, by the way. Anyway, let me thank who's been on this stream, because it's been a wrap side. We need to go over to the other stream now. Firstly, thank you to Elisar. Thank you, Elisar.
It's been a pleasure as always. Always fun chatting about what's happening in Spaceflight. And if you want to keep up to date with everything, as I always say on websites, follow the socials. We try to keep you updated whatever happens, wherever it happens in Spaceflight, on Earth and across the universe, I guess.
Across the universe, Elisar? We've expanded, have we?
Well, we've been to the moon like 3, 4, or 5 days ago. How much has it been since then?
Well, we've gone from the moon to the universe. What about the galaxy? You think maybe the solar system, then the galaxy, then the universe? Let's not get carried away now, Elisar. Come on.
Well, Jared has big plans, so you never know.
Well, big plans. That's much bigger plans in the universe. Anyway, Jake also. Thank you to Jake.
That's my pleasure. It's always fun jumping on you and answering people's questions. And fingers crossed, we actually get some fire coming out of Ship 39 later today.
Yeah.
With a bit of luck.
I'm not laughing at you, Jake. I'm laughing at the fact that chat just seems overly concerned if there'll be a moo or not. That's the era we're living in right now. We've got to have an intro. We've got to have a moo, apparently. Otherwise, the stream's not worth it. Thanks also to Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
It's a pleasure as always. Always love getting on Talk Starship. I'm about to go talk Starship even more on the other dedicated stream. About to swap back over there, and we're setting up commentary again over there. So after we end this, it may not be back instantly, but we'll definitely be back. So as soon as we finish signing off here, which I know Chris likes to do his 3-hour-long sign off.
Yeah,
so we'll get to that.
At least 3 hours. Right, I've been Chris. Bye. Oh, hey, what the heck? No. Thanks also to Roger.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Yeah, just totally amazed at this time, this renaissance in spaceflight. We went from waiting for something to happen for months, possibly years. Now it's hours and minutes that stuff will happen. This is just so exciting, and I'm glad you all are here to enjoy it with us.
Yeah, as soon as I get off this, I'm going to do my I'll redo the pins, I'll redo the streams, and I'll pin something in the mainstream as well, saying we're going to do commentary again because we've got expecting Ship 39 to do some testing. So I will get everything. I'll do the housekeeping. I'll get everything sorted ahead of us talking again on the mainstream. Starbase Live will continue regardless with the views you see right now to get the best of both. In fact, the member multi-stream is also still running. So if you remember any member level, you'll be able to watch like a director's chair version of all the streams we've got, all the cameras we've got running. So we've got you covered. We've already got you covered. So until the next time, which will be basically Ryan on the other stream in minutes' time, thanks for joining us, and let's see if we get a moo. Bye.
And we're back, everyone. Welcome back to our coverage of the static fire tests at Starbase. We're now looking at Ship 39, and hopefully that one is about to get ready for a static fire test. Just to quickly recap, we've been looking at Booster 19 for the last few hours, which didn't get to a static fire, but SpaceX is still gearing up for another test. So hopefully we'll get to see something firing up tonight anyway. My name is Marty. I'll be hosting this segment again, just like last time. And just like last time, I'm not alone either. Back with me on comms from the studio is Ryan Webber. Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm ready for at least one static fire today. How about you?
For sure, yeah. I'm really hoping that this one gets off because, well, not off the ground, but at least gets firing up because we've been waiting to see something happen for a long time. And also with me in the studio is Alex. This time not to flaunt his drawing skills, but instead his Starship knowledge. Alex, how are you doing?
Yeah, well, I still have the power to draw anything on screen. Just saying.
I'm not stopping you if you do. So anyway, we're looking at a completely different side of Starbase now. Actually, the Massey's test site, and that also means that we're looking at a completely different vehicle. So, Alex, you may be one to give us a rundown of what we're hopefully about to see.
Yeah, because we were hoping for a booster static fire, right, on Pad 2, and then the attention turned to Massey's because Ship 39 is also undergoing its own campaign ahead of launch, right? Its own engine test campaign. And so, sorry. And so one of the things that we've noticed so far is that tank farm is somewhat active, right, Ryan? Like, we can see there are some vapors and whatnot. I believe that's methane side, is it?
That's the methane's, the vent all the way over to the left there is the methane subcoolers.
All right, yeah. So they're definitely preparing for some kind of testing with Ship 39 today. We have no idea what it might be, but there's a good chance that it might also be a potential static fire test, right? Like, this is the thing. Both Booster 19 and Ship 39 are pretty much around the same point in their test campaign before launch. And so one or the other might get the title for the first vehicle to do the static fire of all of its engines. Because it's true, Booster 19, it got 10 engines fired last month. Was for just a brief second there, but it got a static fire test. But it was not all of its engines, right? And so let's see who does that, and whether it's today or maybe we'll have to wait another day. Because if you've seen closures and things like that, the different hazard zones and things like that. For example, for Massey's test site, there's an increased TFR, temporary flight restriction, that was raised up in altitude. Like, the limits are now, I think, 10,000 feet, right, Ryan? If I'm not mistaken.
They took that off, and then I think they put one up that's only 5K, if I remember correctly. I think it's only to 5,000 at the moment.
But still, it's temporary, right? Like, it's only until the 17th, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me look again real quick.
Yeah, we'll have to check on that. But basically, there's like a few days where these sort of different hazard zones and everything are up for the road closure side of things for Highway 4, aka Booster 19 testing. There's also another one for tomorrow. So there's definitely multiple different tests that they can do. Not all of them might be static fires, but you never know, right? And so that's why we're keeping an eye. It's the thing. It's the thing with tank watching, right? That sometimes you might get a bonus static fire, but we'll see what happens.
It has certainly been a classic day of tank watching. I'll definitely give you that. There's one thing there's someone who I forgot to mention, because that is Jay is producing this stream just like the first part of the stream. Jay is still producing, so making sure that we sound good and we've got the right visuals on screen. So thank you for that, Jay. And I also wanted to add that you can ask questions in chat. So just tag us at NSF or at NASASpaceflight, and it will show up in our very useful panel, so we can read your questions and get you some appropriate answers. And with that said, there is, I don't know if this is suddenly, but I looked away from my screen and I looked back and there is some massive venting going on. Is this something that just happens every now and then, or is this indicative of something? Ryan?
They're not in a prop load yet. I'm waiting for the box fan to really kick on. That's the vent that's all the way on the right there. That's the lock subcoolers. It's basically the same type of setup they have at the launch site, except for this is at Massey's. And basically the methane subcooler vent is basically the same setup as the launch site as well. It's just over here. I am
Let
waiting.
me help you out. So this over here is the methane subcooler vent, right?
Yep.
Let me see if I can. Methane subcooler. There we go. It's a bit complicated because I don't want to fully, rest my hand on the iPad so that it doesn't draw anything else on the rest of the screen. It's a bit hard to write, but you got methane subcooler. Okay, so what else do we need to highlight here?
Then you got the one all the way on the right, which is your lock subcooler vent.
This one over here?
Yep, that's your lock subcooler vent, or you could call it the lock box fan or something. That works too.
Just to keep it,
because it's also
consistent.
the vent. It's also the vent for the pump chill down as well. It's their grass vent. For those who always remember the grass vent, but that also gets ported into that box fan.
And all of this venting over here, is that like some kind of overboard sort of thing?
Yeah, it's a LOX pond that's basically off to the side of the ramp. That starts venting very, very shortly, even after the LOX box fan starts. We think it's somewhat for engine chill when it gets to that point, but it also seems like it's a dump overboard for chilling down the stand and everything else, is what it seems like it is. Which it's kind of odd that they do that, but, here we are.
All right. There we go.
Cool. I see a question coming in from Voidsy. What will SpaceX do with the new Massey structure? I assume that's referring to the tower thing that's standing next to Ship 39.
36.
And what the question is, what will they do with it in case of another Ship 36? Let's hope that's not the case, but just in case something happens, what do we think?
I mean, it'll just get burned and singed
Talking about
really
that
badly. Because S-36 was more of a fireball, so I mean, if the ship collapses on it, it'll damage it a lot, obviously. In that kind of case, it'll get engulfed in a fireball, and then a lot of the lines that go up to the QD gantry will get kind of covered as well. It'll get kind of singed. But the nice thing is with the new way to design the methane farm and the fluids bunker and everything else, there's a blast wall and things are in bunkers now, as well as they have a better electronic switching capability. So if another S-36 did happen, the methane farm is pretty protected. The fluid bunker is protected. The lock side should be pretty good, well and protected. And on top of that, any electrical issues, they can easily cut off sections of Massey's from electrical rather than having to cut the entire site off. So it's a much safer system now. They learned a lot of lessons from Ship 36. So that if it were to happen again, they should be able to get Massey's up and running much, much faster than in the past. They would just have to... They'd probably get rid of the truss structure, clean up the thing, replace some of the lines, hook it all back in, fix the stand, and then boom, it should be fixed. That wouldn't take nearly as long as this one, because this they literally redesigned the entire methane tank farm and even parts of the LOX tank farm to do this. So.
All right, and yeah, just so we know what we're all talking about, that new structure is a new appearance at Massey's. And we haven't had any Starship testing before with the structure before Ship 39. So what do we think this is actually for?
Well, they used it when Ship 39 was out for cryo. What was that? Ship 39 did. I can pull up my spreadsheet here. Ship 39 did an ambient proof test and 3 cryos. Especially during one of the cryos, they actuated the flaps a lot because up on top there are 3 points at which it can hook up to. There's 3 hookup points you can attach to the forward flaps. It had that, and there were 3 hookup points hooked up to each aft flap. So basically, they stress tested the flaps and the hinges and probably the motors a little bit. And then on top of that, they had, it's not there anymore, they took that hardware off, but it had basically chopstick simulators to where it actually squeezed the payload bay to test how the payload bay of the ship would take a ship catch. So they did all that. There's some other stuff that they had on there that they haven't really used yet, and I'm wondering if they're going to wait for like ship 40 or 41 to do some of that testing on, or wait for a Block 3 ship to re-enter and then maybe change some stuff up. But I honestly think the thing is here to stay for a little while to do some more testing. But the other thing it has is they have a work platform that basically has access right to the payload bay too. So they don't have any stairs up to it yet, nothing permanent. But I think they're still building some stairways over in Sanchez for it.
All right. It seems like quite a versatile structure that can be used for many different things. So I'm sure they'll get a lot of use out of it. So that's pretty good. Moving on to some more.
We might be into prop load. Maybe.
Really?
Maybe not. I'm trying to. It's hard to tell because there's a decent amount of pressure under both of these vents right now. The problem is we have to wait for gaps in the condensation off the vent from the methane subcooler to try to see if there's frost on the ship LOX tank, which should be just kind of in there. Yeah, basically it's kind of hard to tell, so we'll have to wait to see if we get any frost soon or not. But there's a chance they're into prop load.
It's a very localized Vandenberg.
Right.
But yeah, maybe we get a gap and see some frost, which would definitely mean that they're into loading. There was a gap just for a second. I tried to.
Yeah, I know. It's like trying to weave in the gaps.
They need to put like another one of those boxes that sort of blows this other way.
Just a giant fan.
or like a vacuum that just like sucks it all in and blows it in a different direction or something.
Yeah.
It's getting a little higher,
we
maybe. I don't know. Try to see. I don't see anything.
It's really tough to see.
Well,
Anyway,
what was your guess before, Ryan, on what could be the T0 for this test, based on when?
Well,
yeah,
I was originally thinking 4, and then I thought 3:30 because some things were going a little bit quicker. But at this rate, I'd have to say it's like 3:45 or so.
Okay, so
prop load for ship takes about 20 minutes with this new setup. As we all remember, it used to take like 45 minutes. Now they've cut that more than in half.
Yeah, so narrowing down a little bit when that could be, right? Like first 4 p.m., 3 something, right? And then now you still think 3:45 then?
I'm thinking 3:45. You get a 20-minute prop load, and then we have our T-minus 10-minute indicator. It's when the flaps go, or like T-minus 10 or 50 or 12 minutes or whatever it is. But that's a good indicator because they do a flap testing like 10 minutes before they want to do something. So, which is a holdover from Block 2 days. For anyone who remembers the flap testing, and then shortly after that, Ship 36 exploded. So we hope that doesn't happen today. I want a static fire. I don't want a blown up ship. That would not be good for the program right now. It'd be really, really bad.
Do we know where the end of the flame trench is? Like, if it were to fire, would it be sort of like here where we would see the plume, or would it be more like here? Do we have any idea?
It would be kind of around where the first lines you put are, because
so around here.
That
right?
tower,
like
that tower all the way. So we're looking at Massey's at kind of an angle. as to what, where the trench is. We're looking at an angle because if we weren't, we would be seeing that truss structure straight on, so you wouldn't see all 4 columns. So we're looking at it a little bit of an angle. So the deep press for the deluge is kind of from this angle is like behind,
So
right
straight
behind.
to the side will be sort of like in this direction, right? Whereas we're looking in this direction.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? That we are a
Yeah,
little bit sort of to one side instead of right edge on.
So it kind of throws off. I think I see a Lox frost line. I do. Yep, that's a Lox frost line. All right, so I would say
Right
I'd say
here.
345. Yeah, I'd say 345.
There's the frost.
It's very subtle, but I would agree. There's definitely.
Yeah,
some
it'll
heat.
get thicker, of course.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the Lox frost should go all the way to the top of the tank, so it'll
Yep.
be way more noticeable as we go down the propellant load sequence.
Nice.
And this load should take to about 340 or so, and then we should get some flap action, or maybe maybe I might say 335, maybe some flap action, maybe a T0 around 345, give or take. Still learning this tank farming, and this is only the first few times that this has happened. And like with, I think they're getting a little bit quicker, or kind of nailing it down a little bit more each time they do it. Because for those who don't know, when they the first like 2 times that they did the launch site tank farm for Booster 19, it took them about 2.5 hours to chill it down the first time. It then took about 2 hours to chill it down the next time. And then the third time they did it, which was the igniter test, it only took an hour and a half to chill down from methane reclaim vent. So they got quicker and quicker at chilling it down, even over the course of those 3 times. And that's kind of where they're at this point. It's about a 3.5 hour chill down from methane reclaim vent to the start of prop load, barring holds or other things that they run into, which kind of happened today. And then, of course, they aborted. So...
I'm thinking
they're already
positive
like a
thoughts for
ring.
this one.
They're like a ring and a half. They're going quick.
But I'm wondering. I believe Ryan, you just said that they take about 20 minutes to load Starship for this test, and like this morning I was on a Starlink stream with the Falcon 9, and Falcon 9 takes longer to load. So how does this vehicle compare to Falcon 9? Are they loading this much more efficiently?
It's just faster. They have more pumps, more subcooling capacity. And I think Alex would tell you this too. They could, if they truly wanted to, they could do this with Falcon 9. They could. There's nothing stopping them. The problem is to entirely change up their load timings right now would basically make it so Falcon 9 wouldn't be able to launch NSSL or Crew. Like they would have to recertify the
to make
loading
it shorter of a time frame.
Yeah,
Well, you also have. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you good. You're saying.
I was going to mention that you also have the problem that, as far as I know, Starship doesn't have any COPVs inside the tank.
Yeah, that too.
Whereas Falcon 9 does have that on both tanks, in fact, and on both stages. So, like, both kerosene and liquid oxygen tanks have the COPVs inside, and also it's on first and second stages. So yes, you could try and squeeze in like colder propellant and do it faster, but then you have a lot of interactions with the material that we know in the past has been problematic, right?
Yeah.
Like that was the whole point of Amos 6, right? They went to a faster loading sequence and a much different, because one of the other things as well of the COPVs is that they get loaded with cryohelium on the liquid oxygen tank, right? So it's very cold inside of the COPVs. And in the case of Amos 6, what happened is that there was a buckle in between the inner metal, right, and the carbon fiber wrap around the COPV. And so what happened is that the liquid oxygen seeped into that buckle, and because the helium inside was so cold, the oxygen just basically turned solid, right? But those things happen when you are dealing with extremes of temperature and conditions like, you know, repressurizing and unpressurizing at really high rates, right? Starship has the benefit that its COPVs are probably nowhere cryogenic at any point. Like probably you've got everything gaseous and ambient temperature probably. So that's one benefit. The other benefit is it's not inside the tanks, and you don't have any, weird interactions with the propellants themselves, right? And that's one of the things that Falcon 9 does have, unfortunately, that, it's not as straightforward. If you wanted to do it faster, you probably could, but then you will have to account for all the things that are not just, the propellant itself. You also need to load those COPVs, and you have to load them. Again, that helium that they use for the oxygen tank, it's cold, and so you cannot load it way too early, otherwise it gets warm and it's no bueno.
All right. We've got a question from Resistojet here, and that's about the engines on the Starship, specifically about the Raptor vacuum engines. Have they seen the same or similar changes to the regular Raptor 3 engines? And do we expect them to fire the vacuum Raptors on this test? Who wants to take that one?
Yeah, so we don't know how many they're going to fire on this test. It could be that single engine like deorbit burn thing, like they've done that practice deorbit burn, or it could be all 6. I don't really know at this point. There's no confirmation from SpaceX. The main reason why we're saying static fires because they've already done enough tests to, like they did with the first round of Booster 19, to lead up to one. So it kind of makes sense that would be the next step for this vehicle. Now the RVAC engines are still basically an R3 power head. The other nozzle is a little bit different. Of course, it's got the nozzle extension as well. So they're in some way still basically the same engine, but they're R3 is R3. So it's got all those changes from R2 over. From R2, I should say. But yeah, we don't know how many they're going to fire today.
It's all speculation.
Yeah.
But we're just going off what we've seen and making some educated guesses. And they tend to work out pretty well, but not always. So we were just talking about Raptor 3, and the Gambling Viking is actually asking if we know if they've already started working on the next iteration, Raptor 4.
I mean, probably. Would they tell?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's a bad thing to say on a ship static fire stream.
I know.
But knowing SpaceX, they've been thinking about the next steps, like probably even before they started working on Raptor 3, because SpaceX just keeps iterating and iterating what that next version will look like.
I wouldn't be surprised, just based on different things. I won't go into specifics, but I wouldn't be surprised if even from the start, even from Raptor 1, they already had a list of things that they needed to improve, that they needed to simplify, right? And the problem is, if they try to tackle all of that list in one go, it's impossible to do it on time, or at least at a good rate, and especially, given the lessons that you often learn on the way to the end goal, right? They probably have an end goal in their mind that they want out of a rocket engine like this. The problem is you have to work through the issues. So you have usually a list of things, and then you go through the different versions. For example, from Raptor 1 to Raptor 2, in between they did a Raptor 1.5 where it simplified a few things. Raptor 2 simplified things further. Raptor 3 has simplified things even further. And you can see the transition. Like one of the key things, for example, that they have been trying to eliminate, or at least remove from the design, has been the seals that they need to create, right? Instead, just weld components so that they don't have as many leaks. And the reason for that is because Raptor works on a really high pressure, right? On not just on the main combustion chamber, but also the pre-burners, even the cooling system on the nozzle works at hundreds of bars, right, of pressure. And so it's a very high pressure system, which means every single little opening needs to be sealed completely, right? And so you can see the transition in the Raptor 2 to the Raptor 3 much better. Raptor 1 to Raptor 2 already had a few things here and there where it was basically welded together instead of having to develop seals that can hold that immense pressure, right? And this allows them also to increase the pressure inside the Raptor with much more confidence. Of course, some of that it's also a part of, you know, not just simplifying, but also changing a bit things here and there on, you know, the metal alloy, the design of the pumps, etc. Like there's a bunch of other things that you can do, but just, for example, simplifying the design on how it is put together, that welding versus having to develop seals, helps a lot with being able to increase the pressure inside the Raptor engine, and that has also another like it improves as well your thrust for the same size of the engine. And so this is why they've been able to increase the thrust of the engine over the different versions, and they're still not done. This is why we were asked about the Raptor 4, right? Because Elon has already talked about a potential future version and things like that with 300 metric tons of thrust and things like that. So, you know, the total rocket thrust will be like 10,000 metric tons of thrust. It will be quite an ordeal, but I wouldn't be surprised if they've worked on every single thing in this long list of things that they want to tackle in parallel, right? And then you focus on which things you want to bring into a version, and then you try to work on things slowly. Another example, the igniters. They removed the ones on the main combustion chamber. They went only to the pre-burners, right? Raptor 3, yes?
I don't want to interrupt you in your really, really nice explanation, but we got methane frost.
Oh no, it's okay, because I was gonna mention precisely what we saw the other day, yesterday I think it was, with Booster 19, the new igniters, right, on Raptor 3. Who knows? Today might be another test of that, but on Ship 39, right? Like, who knows? And so this is many of the things that they might be working on towards that Raptor 4. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, elements of that engine have been underway for years at this time.
Yeah. So, like Ryan just mentioned, we're seeing frost appear on the methane tank, and you can also clearly see the frost on the liquid oxygen tank on Starship here. And yeah, so we're hoping that SpaceX is finally gearing up to testing this ship. Well, it looks like they're doing that, but we're hoping that will lead to a test, because we've already seen them cancel the test with the booster earlier today, and I've seen some questions in chat about what happened to the booster. Well, the booster is doing fine. They just decided to forgo that test for today and maybe do the ads another time. Thank you for that illustration, Alex.
Yeah, I was highlighting. The point was I highlight and then remove, and then people, you know, know where to focus for the frost.
So the methane frost is about halfway up the vehicle, I think it looks like. But yeah, in just a few minutes, this ship will be doing some sort of test, and we're expecting it might be a static fire, though that's some educated speculation on our side.
Keep an eye on the flaps, because that will be sort of one of the big indicators next, right, Ryan?
Yep, that'll be like your T-minus 10-minute
Especially
indicator.
here on the forward.
Yeah, we'll also see the aft ones, because you'll see all of a sudden some of that frost will like disappear.
Venting in the way.
Yeah.
The forwards are going to be much easier.
I will say this: we've been loading for about 15 minutes now, and they're already like 2/3 of the way through the LOX tank. So yeah, they're loading a lot faster with Ship in the past. Remember how long it took them to load this thing, Alex? It's like all of a sudden prop load starts. And 40 to 50 minutes later.
Yeah, it used to be 40 to 50, yeah.
No longer. I cannot wait to see a wet dress rehearsal of this stack. Literally, booster will start loading first. They'll start loading the locks on the booster first, and then They'll likely do ship locks next, and then they'll do methane on both. Methane on booster, then methane on ship, and they'll all be done within 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Ship will take like 20.
I got a question for you, Ryan, because I'm curious. Like, we know that they take what, like half an hour to load the booster, right? Suppose there we go, bird. They take half an hour to load the booster at the pad. Do they also take half an hour for the ship as well? And why is it that Massey's can do that if it's smaller, or is it the same size? Let's see.
So
Bit of a comparison there.
the funny thing is that Massey's, there's 2 methane pumps and there's more or less 2 LOX pumps. There's 4 smaller ones that split up, but for all intents and purposes, it's kind of like 4 or a little bit more than 4. I don't really know the flow rate of the smaller ones compared to the ones at the launch site, but basically it's 2 and 2. And at the launch site, they have 4 and 4.
Huh.
So if they can load this in 20 minutes with 2 and 2, who's to say they can't load it
10?
10? Like, I'm
Really
not
funny,
even
right?
kidding. Like that's the thing. It's like they have, and not only that. Like, if you look at the pumping capacity and subcooling capacity.
Is that the flaps?
Was that the flaps?
Sorry. Continue. I was saying things already.
Like, they have, like, between the pumping capacity and subcooling capacity, they have like quadruple the capacity at pad 2 now. That's about what they have. They quadruple it, although the line is only about they can put double. I think they can do double the flow rate in the line. So maybe it's just redundancy and whatnot, but again, I cannot wait to see the countdown for this because I want to know how quickly they can actually load the ship. You know?
Yeah, I'm curious too. That reminds me, because technically, I mean, we cover Falcon 9, right? We compare this all the time to Falcon 9. Technically, the second stage, or at least one of the tanks on the second stage of Falcon 9, takes half the time to be loaded than the first stage, because the LOX tank on the second stage of Falcon 9 gets loaded at T-minus 16 minutes, right? So that's like about half the time. Who's to say they couldn't do something like that with Starship, right? They start loading the booster, and then halfway through, they start loading the ship, and it takes maybe like 15 minutes or something like that.
Yeah. It's nuts to think about that they're going to load this entire stack in 15 minutes, and not only that, like, again, how much prop is in Falcon 9? You compare
About
it to that.
450, 500 tons of propellant, give or take.
And the ship has like 1,500, and they're going to do that in half the time of Falcon 9, maybe? That's insanity. That's insane to think about. Like,
yeah, for comparison, there's about... Oh, sorry, Marty. I was trying to compare here with the second stage, but continue, Marty.
I just wanted to be in awe over the amount of mass that will be moved in just a few minutes to make that happen. It's like, when you think about it, how big this vehicle really is, and so how much propellant goes in it, it's something else to think about that will just be pumped through all these lines in under 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I think methane loading is near done because it's kind of sputtering on that, so they're kind of slowly still topping it off. LOX loading should be complete very shortly,
Methane
so we should
there,
see
right?
that. Yeah, and then we should see that box fan starting to die off, which it kind of is. So hopefully we see those flaps actuate soon here.
Yeah, try to keep an eye on those and see if we can see them moving. It's being a bit weird.
I don't like weird after B19. But Ryan, can you remind us what was the T0 you expected earlier?
was thinking 340, 345. It could be pushed a little bit. Of course, ship is things are always fluid, especially with learning the new tank farm. So, I'd say I say it could happen before 350. We'll have that kind of like 10-minute mark here. When we see those flaps actuate, they usually do that in a count. So I'm waiting for that to happen. As our next.
It's good to reiterate. Yeah, it's good to reiterate that SpaceX doesn't give us exact timelines or even what they're trying to setting out to do for these tests. Like we're just going off indicators and the tiny changes we see in the ship and the tank farm, just to based on patterns we've seen before, trying to figure out what they're trying to do, and we've gotten pretty accurate at it. But still, it's a lot of educated speculation on our side.
I think that's that.
Ah, there we go.
Yep, that's flaps.
See, there.
Nice. So that means we're about 10 minutes out from a test.
So maybe 348.
Cool. And then, as soon as they get ready for a test, do we expect any deluge to be visible, or is that all happening out of sight for us?
So we'll see the deluge depress. It's currently obscured by the methane subcooler vent, but that vent will turn off at some point here. But we'll definitely get an indicator on that. And if they do fire it, I mean, it'll be pretty obvious. We'll get a static fire. That you can't really hide. But there are no real indicators that they're close. It'll just happen. This isn't. I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. There could be indicators that are new from this new tank farm. We just don't know yet. I'll just put it that way. There could be a vent that activates that we may see, but I don't remember if there really is any event set up to do such a thing. But either way, here we are.
So what I'm hearing is we should just keep paying attention and observing and keeping our spreadsheets up to date.
Exactly.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Some good old tank watching.
I forgot to record when LOX frost and methane frost happened. I'll have to scroll back on SPL when I get the chance to.
Fortunately, we can scroll back actually, so that's nice. We were just talking about the loading the boosters and ships, and Coma Kim here is asking what is the liters per second rate when tanking the booster or Starship. I don't know, we've got the numbers ready right now, but this is something that could be calculated because we know exactly how big these vehicles are.
Like, the problem is you need to. We know how, like, for booster, we know the size of a ring section. It's 1.82 meters tall and 9 meters wide, and then of course on the LOX tank there's a 1.82 by 3 meter puck of transfer tube that you have to factor out of it. But you'd have to do the math and calculate that flow rate to how quickly it takes to fill up per ring. For ship, you basically take what the LOX tank is, which I forget what the LOX tank is at now. It's changed with this because they've moved the domes around on Block 3, so the LOX tank's got a little bit more in it. It's in the realm of like 1,000 tons. I think it is. I think it's about 1,000 tons. Let's see here. Let me see here. Because a full ring is, I think it's 143 tons of liquid oxygen per ring and about 52 tons of liquid methane per ring. But then again, it could also be a little bit more than that. Those are some really old numbers, by the way. It could be a little bit more than that based off of how much they subcool it, so what the temperature is, how densified it is. And then, of course, like in the LOX tank, there's the transfer tubes that take up space on the ship. On the booster, there's also the massive transfer tube and everything. So you kind of have to take some liberties and do the math and figure out the flow rate yourself. I haven't done it yet. And Well, I'm a little bit busy to do the math right now.
I'm sure someone at some point will do that math. And,
Yeah, someone.
We'll get to know. But maybe not today. Maybe ask next stream. Another question. Like, we're looking at Starship 39 being ready for testing now. But all for IX is asking, what do we think? Will Ship 39 roll back to the production site, or after this testing is complete, or will it immediately roll to the pad for ready for launch?
There's a lot more closeouts they'll have to do. It should roll back to Mega Bay 2 to get the final stuff done with it. They'll likely load a payload on board. Some of them maybe more dumplings or something like that. We don't really know at this point. Checkouts, all that kind of other stuff. If they have to do any mods to it after the testing that they find, there's also a test tank that you can see all the way to the left there that's got a cap on it that is S39.1. That needs to finish its testing as well. They're doing stuff with that. Any findings with that, then they have to modify the ships and whatnot. And then, of course, booster, they have to bring it back, do a lot. There's a lot more closeouts that have to be done. And then both will roll out for full stack testing. And we don't know if that'll be the final rollout or not. Because usually it has been in the past, but then again, this is the first time we've got new pads, new vehicles. So if they find anything, they might have to roll it back to do some stuff with it. But I think SpaceX hopes that when they roll both of these out the next time to the launch site and they stack them and do a wet dress, they don't have to roll it back for any reason. And that could be that's probably at least a couple of weeks away. I'd probably like 2 or 3 weeks. So we're getting into May.
The question, if I'm understanding correctly, it's not that they're going to be launching straight away, but rather that, take the opportunity that the ship is out of the Mega Bay and that the booster is at the pad to do a full stack. Could they do that?
In theory, because the static fire stand doesn't have the position sensors on them. They'd have to install those, I think, before they would just lift the ship off of that. However, the staging pad at the launch site is set up to have a static fire stand be bolted down to it, or at least a crab stand. So they did build that into the staging area, but we don't really know if they would do that or not. They might be able to, but I kind of doubt they would.
All right.
Or maybe they just will for a photo op. But
you never know.
They've done that before, so why not again? But we should, if our calculations are correct, we should just be a few minutes away from a potential static fire.
Indeed.
Yeah. Now it's focus time, I guess, here. Trying to see what happens.
Are there any specific clues we need to look for?
I mean, vents fully die off, which they kind of have at this point. Other than that, it'll go when it goes. As far as I understand, I don't think there's any other indicators other than that. That's the kind of thing here.
Just watch the screen and make sure you don't miss it.
Yeah, one of the things, of course, is if they do a static fire, then we will see the vapors coming out from the flame trench towards the left as they fire the engines and the deluge. The water sort of boils off and whatnot, and so we'll see the vapor, of course. If they do something else, well, that's going to be a little bit more complicated, right?
I would say both vents have entirely shut off now. Well, then the box fan starts back up, but I jinxed it right there.
Good timing.
Oh, is that the Lux pun?
Yeah.
Come on.
Right, let's see what happens.
Ship 39.
Come on.
You can do it. I want us to go 1 for 3 today at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we were supposed to have the New Glen static fire, which turned into a dress rehearsal. Then Booster 19 went into prop load, and immediately after that, it aborted. So now it's like, let's see if we get it from the ship, right?
I believe in Ship 39. We can do this.
Should we within the minute if our prediction is correct?
Huh?
Or Ryan's prediction.
I trust
See if I'm right or
Ryan's
not.
prediction. Yeah. It's always this tense moment when you expect something to happen. Very, very soon. So I guess that's what we're doing, just watching the screen, hoping to see some plume coming out of the flame trench, indicating that ship 39 is actually static firing.
And also we'll see if they do a static fire, how long it'll be, right? Because who knows
For sure.
how long they want to fire this thing for if we'll see that static fire, which we hope we'll do, of course.
It might be
It's
a
been
short
already
blip,
too many
but it might
days
be
of testing.
multiple seconds.
Yeah, hopefully if it's a long one, we'll definitely enjoy it. That's for sure.
Intently watching, waiting. Like,
Let's see.
come on, ship. Come on.
I have to remember to blink.
Right?
I usually don't focus this much on the tiny preview window of my screen, but I certainly am now.
This wait is always agonizing. It's just, there's no other indicators. It's just
Yeah.
going to go if it goes.
It's not like with a pad where it's like you can see the detonation suppression system, the deluge firing and everything. You just wait for the fire to occur.
Like, we
Or
think this
not.
thing has a
Depends.
DSS installed on it, but there's no way for us to see it. Not like
Yeah.
this far away.
They can always hold as well. Like they can
Yeah.
always, you know,
Yeah.
if they're working an issue. Oh, there we go, firing.
They doing a full 60?
Wow. That's definitely not a short blip.
I think that was shut off. I don't know if that was a full 60. Was that a 60?
Yeah, that look. There's still rumble, by the way, because our microphone's a little bit further out, right? But it looked like a full 1 minute burn.
I don't think that was a single engine.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
seemed to be all 6 engines.
Maybe the single tomorrow, but I think that was a 6-engine 60-second static fire from Ship 39.
Well, we've
Hey,
gone
we got
from,
1 for 3 today.
We've gone from
Nice.
1 second on 10 engines to what, a minute on 6 engines, right? Including 3 Raptor vacuum engines.
That is the most data they've ever gotten from Raptor 3 on a vehicle. There you go.
Yeah.
That's some amazing progress. Wow. It just kept going and going.
Yeah, I was like, all right, how long is it going to be? How long is it going to be? I'm like, oh, okay, they're going for it. Here I was saying, no, they wouldn't do another 60-second static fire, and here they did a 60-second static fire.
They did. They absolutely did. So we finally, after 2 aborted static fires today, we finally got one. It was all. It wasn't all for nothing, I suppose.
Well, we are obviously pulling replays. I'm saying this, and we didn't get anybody in the back channel sort of saying, oh, we're pulling replays. But I'm saying because I know we're always pulling replays anyways. So we'll take a look at that footage from these 2 different point of views. Because there's this more distant one, there's the other a little bit closer. And yeah, so we'll have those replays to go through.
They basically did the same thing they do at Seco, too. They fired all 6 for a while, and then I think they shut off the RVACs and went to the centers. Unless it's the other way around. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since we've had a Starship Seco. Because they switch from 6 down to 3 before they do the full Seco and shut everything off. So...
There we go. See, that was quick.
It's such a big plume from that.
Yeah.
Somebody correctly mentioned that this is now the first static fire since the Ship 36 explosion.
Yes, it's the first static fire in this trench. Yeah.
Yeah, in this trench since then.
So, if we count that up, so that was 06, 18, 25. 300 days later. Man.
Wow.
Yep.
But
because that explosion happened on June 18th, 2025.
Oh, wow.
9 months,
so long ago already.
2,700 hours passed since. No, 7,200 hours. I would say, yeah.
7,200. Wow. That's on the replay. I like that you can see the flames just at the start of the. Just at the start of the test. And it kind of shoots out of the side.
I love the shockwaves in the clouds. And then the cloud literally putting basically putting 39 in the shade from its own exhaust plume.
Is it possible to see here that shutdown process that you were talking about?
It might be, yeah.
We're probably gonna give Ryan a workout here, trying to go back and forth.
It's like right near the end.
All right.
You can kind of see it cut off slightly, and then it fully cuts. There's one.
All right.
And then that's full shutdown. So yeah, you can see where it cuts. It switches from 6 to 3, then down to 0.
Yeah, you can also see like less fire under the ship, like you know that firing of the engines sort of goes away a little. But you still see the thrust coming out of the flame trench. So obviously there are still other engines running. So I can see that being RVAC shutdown. The RVACs are closer to the edge, right? So it's probably easier to see, I guess. And then you've got the center still going and creating that thrust that we can see out of the trench. There we go. And yeah, for all I can see, it was basically a minute.
Yep. I think
So
it was like 2 seconds or something like that, or something.
Yeah, simulating ignition and then the shutdown sequence. I do wonder if we'll get another test like from the header tanks, sort of single engine, right? We were talking about
the deorbit burn sim probably tomorrow, if anything, if everything else checks out. So tomorrow could be a single engine with a 33 engine booster and then New Glenn on top of that because they said they're going to do their hot fire tomorrow. So we could still have a triple header tomorrow. Cross your fingers, everybody. Cross your fingers and pray to the rocket gods, whatever that, if they exist. I don't know. Hopefully, maybe we get a triple header tomorrow. I'm down. I'm ready. Let's go. Now. Oh man, I hope SpaceX doesn't wait till they're done with testing before they post anything. I really hope not. I hope.
Let's see. That's one of the things that they usually do, right? Like they prepare, they get that sort of footage already out. Usually several hours after it happens, but you know.
Yeah.
One of the things I was saying right before this that we have multiple angles. We had the outpost view here. We had a few other a little bit more distant shots, but it's not the only views that we got from the static fire test because there's a few other views that NSF capture of the static fire.
Keep it a secret.
Huh.
Oh.
Huh. Did you look at that?
That's pretty.
Huh. All right. Well, I guess that's enough tease, right?
We had planned to, be in the air. We just didn't we didn't plan this. I'm just gonna say that.
The timing worked out really, really well.
It was a happy accident. We'll put it that way.
Exactly.
It was a happy accident.
Yeah, our team is still in the air. We had a flyover planned, and it just so happened that the static fire occurred right as we were flying.
Yeah, we were.
A little tease for you guys.
It was supposed to be a little bit earlier in the day, and then clouds were kind of there, and then it was like rescheduled, and then it was like, well, maybe we'll get lucky enough, and we got lucky enough. Yep. So that's pure luck, is what that is.
And of course,
he's telling me L2 members will get to see them tonight.
Yeah. But if you want to see more of this teaser, you've got to wait to Monday, I think, because then we do our Starship update. Sorry, and we'll surely include this amazing aerial footage and photos of this static fire in there. But as Chris said in the back channel, L2 members will get to see it tonight. So if you're in L2. Keep a lookout for that.
And for the record, there are no fly zones, but they have a ceiling, and you just have to fly over that to not go anywhere that you shouldn't be, right? Like, we were talking about this before, that they had set up a special temporary flight restriction for this testing for both Ship 39 and Booster 19, but you can just fly over it. The problem is when it's surface to unlimited, then you cannot fly over it unless you are in space, right? But this one, was it to 5,000 feet? Was it to that altitude, right?
Yeah, this is up to 5,000 feet. Yeah, so
just fly over it.
I think they were at like 5,900 feet is what they were at when they were doing Massey. So they were above the TFR, if anything.
Yep.
And that is really important to reiterate. Like, what we do is all within legal limits, within what we are allowed to do, and don't break any laws or flight restrictions or any other restrictions just to get a view of a rocket launch or a rocket test. Like, that's not good, and that might not end well. I think it just had to be said. Keep track of all the restrictions and stay well outside them.
Yep.
That's what we're doing, at least. Yeah. So, with that test now wrapped, what do we think is next for Ship 39? You already mentioned maybe a header tank test, Alex. What more could we see from here?
Well, I'm not sure if we may see another test during this window, right? It's very likely, especially after this kind of active tests that they do, where it's like 6 engines and a full minute burn, right? You've got a lot of data to go through, and they're probably going to be diving into that data I wouldn't be surprised if we get more testing, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they say, okay, no more, right, and they go back to Megabase 2. As we always like to say, just keep watching, and that's what we'll do. Basically, if tomorrow they come back with more Ship 39 testing, we'll be here as well. We have Booster 19 to cover anyways, so it's gonna be a pleasure to cover Ship 39 as well.
Absolutely. And maybe also that new Glen test tomorrow. That
Let's see. Yeah, that's another
that
one.
would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe let's quickly run some support. Like just before the test, we got a super chat from Annette Biteford, who was keeping their fingers crossed for a successful Ship 39 static fire. And from all that we can see, it definitely looked like we did get that. So thank you for keeping your fingers crossed, and also thank you for your support. FWD is saying that's a lucky, awesome drone shot. Well done.
Not drone.
That's not a drone. That's
that's
not a drone.
That's taken from a Cessna 172 at 5,900 feet above sea level.
So there's actually a
from, so.
human person in a plane taking a picture. Not a drone. But it's an awesome picture nonetheless. And that deserves to be said, I think. Speaking of which, M. Hatlock says, epic picture, guys, take my money. And, well, with that money, $50 support, thank you very much. And that will all go into getting more coverage like this. So, thank you for your support. And CPT, is that Captain? Brobeard? Just upgraded to Red Team membership. So, thank you for that membership as well, and enjoy the perks that come with it. And I see, Alex, you're just pointing out in the back channel that the LOX tank is already defrosting very quickly.
Quite quickly. You've got
Definitely
there
means
like
that detanking is on the way.
Yeah, you've got there like a quarter of the liquid oxygen tank seems already defrosted, and the methane tank, I don't see any frost anymore. Maybe it's my eyes that deceive me, but I don't see anything.
No, it's gone.
There.
They're quickly detanking this thing.
Yeah.
But it's gravity, so it's still gravity detank, but I mean it's not like it takes that long.
So it's not love, it's gravity. Anyways.
And with that, of course, this ship is set to fly Starship Test Flight 12. And Chandra Rabata is wondering how many days do we think that test is away? Or weeks?
For Test
months?
Flight 12. Well, we can go. Let's go over everything that still needs to be done, shall we? Before this next test flight. So,
Sure.
Ship 39 just completed a 6-engine static fire. My guess is they're going to want to do their deorbit, their single-engine deorbit static fire, which might happen tomorrow. Booster 19 needs to do its 33-engine static fire, and then I don't know if they plan on doing any more tests other than that out at the launch site. So, assuming all those tests get done and they roll back by the end of the week, those are both rolled back and into the bays. Now, 19 is probably going to get the chine covers taken off again. It's still got some more work to be done under there, would be my guess. They'll have to take all the testing equipment they installed out. There's closeouts to complete. Once they double check everything for final closeouts, they'll have to reinstall all the chines. And this time there won't be tape installed. They'll actually install, actual plates probably bolted on to cover those gaps. And then probably finish some stuff up on the aft end. They might add some more paint, they might not. And then, of course, final checkouts through that booster and all that may take And I would also guess inspection of all the engines as well after a 33 engine. And then after that, that might take about 2 weeks, maybe 3. We'll see. Then it'll have to come back out to the pad. Ship will join it after it goes back to Mega Bay 2 to get its final stuff done, any internals that need to be done, any more heat shield experiments they want to add to the leeward part of the ship. Both, of course, have to get FTS installed. I forgot to mention that for booster. Right now, we don't really know where that's installed on either vehicle. It might be inside the raceways now, but it's kind of hard to tell. There's no way to look inside those right now. Ship will likely get its payload as well. As I was talking earlier, maybe actual Starlink V3s, maybe dumblinks. We don't really know. And it might use the loader. We don't really know at this point on that one. So that's those vehicles. And then, of course, 39 has to go out, get stacked, probably do a quick tanking test to commission the ship side of the tank farm and the tower, and then do a full wet dress rehearsal, run through the entire count, like, close the evac the village, close everything down, do the range, go through the entire count, load the entire vehicle full with propellant, probably activate both deluges, and then detank the whole thing and look at the data to make sure the countdown's good and everything's good to go, because a lot of stuff has changed. It's a brand new pad, brand new pump setup, brand new ship, brand new booster, everything's new. So they have to test all of that. And then
there's also a point, Ryan, if you allow me, because I'm already in my third eye. But... Yeah, in my third eye, I'm already seeing chat being like, but wait. Couldn't they do all that? Like, skip a bunch of those tests and just go straight to like a full stack wet dress and light the engines and go, right? Like, couldn't they just skip all that? But
no.
Yeah. All right. So what have we seen so far? Have they skipped any tests?
They skipped one, in fact.
All right. Which one?
They didn't thrust sim Ship 39. They did not do that. They did not use actuators to apply force to the thrust puck and aft of S-39. They didn't do it the simulated way. They did it the real way about, 15 minutes ago? Like, basically, they did it the real way rather than the simulated way, so we'll just go with that. And I doubt that was that actual flight thrust, but, they did it like halfway. That's a funny segue to that. But either way, that's the only
testing,
that's the only test they skipped. They're not going to skip any. I don't think they would skip anything else. I'm actually kind of shocked that they skipped that one, to be honest. They can't afford any failures with this, and that kind of leads me to the last pieces that still have to get done. Over to the right, you see, there's two test tanks there. One of them is 18.1, or test tank 17. That was the booster aft that spent like 9 months inside the Super Crusher. The one over next to it is S39.1. That is the ship aft test tank that's currently on the OG Can Crusher. It's got an actuator hooked up to the QD plate. It's also got a kind of a flap sim to test some of that stuff there. That probably still has to get tested more. And then even more over to the right, there's a test tank in the Super Crusher, and that's 18.3. That is a booster forward and grid fit. It's a booster forward, grid fin, and landing tank simulator. So what they're doing with that test tank is they're doing more crush testing with the booster truss. They are testing the grid fin mounts, up, down, side to side. They're testing to make sure the sockets won't rip out during flight. And then they're also testing the landing tank interactions with the They're testing the landing tank interactions with the tank wall, because you don't want that landing tank to be pulling forces on the tank wall and then buckle the tank wall in flight or on return. So they got to test that as well. So they're testing all of that with that test tank, and all that has to get done before they fly. They can't really fly without knowing whether or not they might lose their booster on ascent. They can't do that. They cannot afford to do that. If they have an ascent failure, that's bad. That's really bad. They can't afford to do that. So that'll have to get tested, very likely before they fly. And that test could take a month or more. So you put all those together, We might get our first full stack second week of May,
that-
maybe, is what I'm thinking right now. Like
Was
maybe
that
3 or
Ryan?
4 weeks.
That was not me, by the way.
What?
'Cause that was in green. Somebody was illustrating.
Was that Ryan? Oh, that was Ryan?
Must have been him, I guess.
It was
no,
Jay.
Jay?
Oh, it was Jay. All right.
I'm back.
Okay, Jay's back. Welcome back, Jay.
But either way, and Jay got it. Jay got it right too. Anyways, and basically, I look at that and I go, if everything else goes perfect, I could see a launch at the end of May. But assuming they run into issues, they got to do mods after testing or anything like that. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But I think end of May is what we're looking at for Flight Test 12. And there's your rundown of everything they still have to do. Oh, wait. I forgot one thing, actually. I'm not kidding. No, there's a grid fin tester in which they're testing the grid fin attach points into... So where you see the grid fins slide into the socket on the booster, they actually have a test thing set up to test the internal frame of the grid fin for aero forces, and that's over in Sanchez. That's the other thing they got to do too. So that's everything. Yeah, they have a lot to do, and it's mid-April.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to do.
There's always... I asked you that, Ryan, because, you know, I used to write a lot of Starbase updates, now it's Starship update episodes, and we always try to highlight how much work remained, right, with, like, the different kinds of tests, and it was always, like, a debate whether, like, they could potentially do things faster if they skipped some of the testing, right, or, like, they put a lot of this testing within the same window or something like that, right? Something in general that sort of cuts through some of the timelines. But so far, I mean, I guess, you know, except for that thrust simulator testing on Ship 39, which, as you mentioned, they have already done the real deal here. Apart from that, I've actually seen them adding more, right, to the list of tests. Like, we've seen the igniter testing. They've done, at least with Booster 19, they did a full run of testing with only 10 engines, right, instead of all 33. Now it's got all 33, and they're also doing multiple different kinds of tests. So in Ship 39, the same thing. Like, we saw a round of testing Sunday, Monday, right, and I think also yesterday. And today they did the 6-engine static fire test for a minute. Maybe we'll see more. Who knows, right? Like, might not be the end of the testing that they may do while it's got the engines and it's at Massey's. So this is why it's the long debate of how much more testing will we see. And once they are full stack, how much will we see there? Is it going to be like partial testing, or will they go directly into a full propellant load test? Who knows, right?
Like, for example, so and this doesn't even include the transfer tube test tanks they have at McGregor, which they've tested like 30 times on their own. 18.1, which is the one that finally got taken out of the Super Crusher, that was tested 16 different times. At least loaded with cryo 16 different times. We'll go with that. 39.1 has been tested 12 times, so loaded with cryo 12. And 18.3, and it was its last one, which the aft got crumpled and then they welded a new common dome section onto it, was tested a total of 10 times, and we don't know how many more either 39.1 or 18.3 are going to get tested. That is a lot of testing. That's a lot. Not to mention everything else that they've done for this block. They're really trying to get this done right the first time. Compared to past versions where they've done kind of minimal testing here and there to do little things. A lot of the testing they've done it in flight tests more than anything else. So they want to make sure this thing works right off the rip, and they kind of need it to, because with going to an IPO and how close we are to Artemis 3, they need Block 3 to work so they can make HLS and start, helping out doing Artemis. And I bet they also want to start launching Starlink sats like crazy off Starship sooner rather than later.
That makes sense. So while we're waiting for this Starship to detank, maybe we should run through a bit more support, because that's what helps us bring these views to you. So Micah Original, €55 super chats, compliments on the absolutely amazing aerial shots, and also says finally some controlled fire again after such a long time. And I totally agree with that. Like, this was the first static fire at Massey's in a very long time, I believe. And it's great to be back into the static fires again. Then Richard Boren just became a Red Team member. Thank you for that, and enjoy your Red Team membership. FWD is asking if there are other forms of detanking than gravity. I guess they could also use a pump.
They could, but they use gravity. That's what SpaceX does. The booster uses gravity to detank, and ship uses gravity to detank. It's a pressure differential, more or less, and other places. It's kind of what they use. So
it works.
Is it for simplicity?
Why not?
Pretty much. I mean, they could probably try to pull it out of the tank, but you do then complicate your tank farm a little bit, and other things, and yeah, I don't know. I think what they have right now works just fine, to be honest.
Why change it?
Right?
Yeah. And the last item in my queue is from Ben Newberry with a super chat, who said, I actually feel like instead of SpaceX doing fully iterative now, they're kind of doing quote-unquote methodic iterative. And they think that it's pretty much in response of what happened with Starship version 2. And I would be kind of inclined to agree. I think it's last month, I hosted a video that we did on iterative development where we compared Starship to SLS. And SLS, as you know, uses a completely different method where they design up front and then start building the thing, instead of what SpaceX is doing with Starship, which is just build something, test it, iterate, make some changes, test it again and again and again. And exactly, this was one of the points in that video, that V2 caused a lot of headaches for SpaceX, and that might be one of the downfalls of iterative development. So it definitely seems that with Starship V3, they're taking a slightly different approach, maybe slightly more measured, and making sure that the vehicle is a lot more solid in terms of engineering, before they're actually firing it up, as we've seen today.
One could argue that, because they have already had versions 1 and 2, right? They also have a lot of previous experience. It's true that it's new hardware, they have modified a bunch of things, but the whole purpose is that, or rather the whole point is that you use version 1 and 2 to drive you to that new design, right? To give you the lessons and put that into the design of version 3. Like, ideally, all of that is already your what you would compare, for example, with SLS, of like doing a lot of paperwork and design studies and like 1,000 different things without actually bending metal, whereas SpaceX actually bent metal and blew up ships and flew multiple times. Like, that should be the idea, right? That hopefully by doing all of those things, flying version 1, version 2, doing all of this methodical testing on the ground and whatnot, that might help them to get much more cleaner history for version 3. But crossing fingers, we don't have to say, we were so wrong, right?
I'm definitely crossing all the fingers I can to make sure that V3 will be a very smooth experience. I would love to see that. But I'm just getting word from Jay, our producer, that we've got another replay, and this one is from Colleen, who is on the ground. It's a phone video, but it has audio, and we haven't really heard this test before. So if you can cue, there we go. That was definitely some Raptor rumble.
That's quite far away. Like, that still is not near close. But I think it's one of the closest places that you can get from the public, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So even on one of the closest places to the ship that is public, that's the important thing, it's still quite loud.
Yeah. It serves to repeat that Starbase is a big place with large distances, so it's sometimes hard to get close to the action without going to places you're not supposed to go. But, okay. And one thing that we've been doing for all the flights, the Starship flights, one thing that we've been doing for all the Starship flights is we've been making patches, and recently we've turned these patches into pins. So you may have already seen it being pushed through, you may have already seen it on recent streams that we've made a collector's edition pin set with a hexagonal display tile with a magnetic mount that you can push the pins into and arrange them to your liking. And we've also got just a Kickstart bundle with the Starship pins. That is 12 pins, 11 for the flights that we've already had, and also the Shrug patch that we've released a while ago, just in pin form. And there are 2 bonus pins in that bundle as well. And if you don't want them on a magnetic mount, so they're also available without that magnetic mount. But what if you only want 1 pin, or just a few, just pick your favorites? Well, since today we've got your back, because as of now the pins are also available on the store for purchase individually. So if there's just 1 pin that stands out to you, or just a few, then you can get those too. So whether you want the whole set or just mix and match, head to shop.nasaspaceflight.com for some of these amazing, beautiful looking pins. And yeah, with that, I'm hearing there's a link in chat from Lindsay. So thank you very much, Lindsay, who is managing so much of this shop stuff and making sure that we get all these amazing products. So definitely, if you're interested in that, follow this link. And of course, all that helps us with producing streams like these too, and making sure we get all the best angles of these static fires from the ground and sometimes also from the air. Get them right from Starbase right to your screen, your computer, your phone, or whatever TV or whatever you're watching this on. Now I'm looking at Ship 39 again, and we're still detanking, but the frost definitely has reduced quite a bit.
Yep. It's certainly possible that there is barely any locks left in the vehicle. You just see a bunch of the frost because it takes a while for it to thaw out and evaporate. So there's a very good chance they're nearly done detanking at this point. But of course, the true indicator of full detank will be when they do their massive depress on the vehicle, and then we'll go from there, basically.
Is that something we will see? Or do we hope we can pick it up with a microphone somewhere and hear it?
I mean, we might be able to hear it. We might be able to see some of it too, but a lot of the vents for it are facing away from the camera. There's some that kind of face towards Milepost, but a lot of it face away, so it can be hard to tell when they do a full depress. But they're pretty much, I'd say they're pretty well detanked at this point.
Okay. So that means that we're essentially looking at a nearly empty ship that just completed a 60-second static fire test. The first static fire at Massey's in a very, very long time. About 7,200 hours, if I recall correctly what Ryan just said. And that is about 300 days, right?
Yeah, 300 days. This was the first static fire at Massey's in 300 days. Well, first static fire attempt would be the first static fire at Massey's in, I think, 301. I think it was 301 because Ship 30, no, 302. Because Ship 36 did its single engine static fire on the 16th of June, and it blew up on the 18th. So 302 days since the last static fire, 300 days since Ship 36. Well, Ship 36 itself. So.
All right. And this one was, of course, far more successful than the last attempt that was attempted just 300 days ago. But that's all good news, because that means that SpaceX is well on their way with getting Ship 39 ready for flight. But as Ryan summarized earlier, there is still a lot of work to be done. And yeah, that summary took a while, so that is definitely a lot of work to be done before this ship is going to fly.
Yep. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a massive milestone for the flight, and for Ship 39, and for Raptor 3 and Block 3 as a whole. You're the first ship static 6-engine static fire is done. That's the it's the second R3 static fire, because of course we had the 1.4 second one for Booster 19 last time it was out. Hopefully we get a full duration one tomorrow, maybe 10, 15 seconds or something along those lines. I cannot wait to see that. Hopefully it is tomorrow. I haven't seen any indications that they are destacking 19. The stand hasn't moved. The sticks haven't moved. Work crews are only inside the service structures. That is a good sign so far. I'll just kind of give everyone an update on that. Things are looking good right now, but of course it's still early. We'll wait to see what happens. But either way, as a whole, as I was saying, it's a huge milestone to get this out of the way. And it is one more check mark closer to Flight 12. I know everyone's getting antsy for it, but there's almost, I don't want to say it's a certainty, but I'm going to say it's highly probable that Flight 12, between Flight 11 and 12, becomes the longest full stack, the longest route between full stack flights. And let's hope that it takes that record and then holds it and it never gets broken again. Let's just hope. Right?
Yeah.
I from that point, from Flight 12 on, I want it to work well. I want them to launch a lot, because while I don't mind sitting around and waiting for them to test everything and get it right, boy, it feels like this is going on forever.
It absolutely does. They've done so much in the meantime. They've built an entire new Launchpad and built completely new versions of Starship, but and the super heavy booster as well. But yeah, they also do really want this Starship program to be quick and starting quick and accelerating and all that, just so they can get these starships on their way to the moon and Mars and maybe even beyond. So we can't afford breaks this long if we want that future.
Yep.
But a test like today's is definitely a very good sign, and there is more coming up, because as we've seen earlier when we were looking at the Booster 19 test. That one was aborted, but they will still attempt that one probably tomorrow, maybe later in the week. And we might also see more testing with Ship 39 here at Massey's. So there's more to come and more to keep your eyes open for.
Indeed.
So, okay, and with that, I think there's not much more to say about the series of tests, that, or attempted tests that we've watched today. So it's about time to wrap up, I think. So thank you, Ryan, for being on here.
It's been a pleasure. Yeah, I've been on here since, what was it? It's been 4.5 hours? It's only been 4.5 hours? Feels like it's been longer than that.
I think it has been longer than that.
I don't even, how long have we been live here? I've lost track of time.
Well, Discord is saying 8 hours and 47 minutes. Which...
That's when I think we joined, because we thought we might actually get to cover New Glenn and whatnot. I think that's when that happened. Either way, it's been a while. It's been fun though. As much as it stinks that we didn't get New Glenn and Booster 19 today, it sounds like New Glenn's going to try for tomorrow. We got Ship 39. We got a 60-second, basically 6-engine static fire at a Ship 39, which is awesome. And here's to crossing our fingers to get Booster 19 tomorrow and maybe another ship test. Maybe we'll have Booster 19 and New Glenn tomorrow together. So let's hope for the best there. And and I think Alex had to step away for a little bit to do something, so he's not here. But I know Alex always loves coming on here, talking Starship with us and just hanging out with us and everything. So yeah. You all have an awesome day. I'm going to go get food. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, and it was lovely to have Alex on too, earlier for drawing a giraffe and now for just providing his wealth of insight into the Starship program. So thank you, Alex, for being here. Also, thank you to Max, who was in here for when we were looking at Booster 19. Max Evans providing commentary for that part of the stream as well. Thank you, Max. And then to our producers, Ryan Caton had been jumping in for a few minutes around the time of the Ship 39 static fire. So thank you, Ryan, for that. But for most of the time, Jay Keegan was actually at the controls of this stream. So thank you so much, Jay, for spending all this time making sure this stream went as smoothly as it could have been. And with that, I've been Marty for NSF. After this stream, in not too long after we go offline, but I can't promise exactly in how many minutes, you should keep an eye on our YouTube channel for the next Starship update, because that one will be going online, will be published very shortly. But for now, like I said, I've been Marty for NSF. Thank you so much for watching and tuning into this stream. And stay awesome, everyone.
And here we go. There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Following up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh
My God.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.